Hey there guys, it's Metro and we are back. Back again. That's it. That's all I got. Hopefully you guys checked out the videos this week. There were some really good ones. We made 4 videos this week. They also announced the release date, which is very strange. Come out of nowhere. Moon Lakes and Bola was here as well. Welcome. But yeah, surprising release date announcement. And then also some insane Mythic Plus changes. I was out yesterday. I didn't see any of that. I don't know when they published that, but I was out until I didn't get home until almost 8 o'clock last night. I left at noon, before noon, like 11:50, and I missed all of it. Chocolate chip cookies there. Where? Those sound good. But yeah, anyway. Oh, maybe on one of the ads or something like that. What are you up to, SLB? How's everything going? How's the weekend? Yeah, the ad. The algorithm, what's up, everybody? Welcome. How the hell are you? How's the baseball game? It was very exciting. I went to a high school baseball game for my high school. It was a softball game, actually. It's girls. First time I think I've ever seen high school girls softball. Never seen it before in my life. They were in the second to last round, and if they won, they would have gone to the state championships. But they lost. Lost 2-1. They scored first, too. The pitcher on the other team, honestly, I come from a very small area. So I'm shocked to always see how good our sports teams have been over the years. It's a huge part of our culture here, I think. But anyway, I don't know why I have those. But yeah, the team was actually very solid, and they had a great year. So, hey, homie, as always, looking fresh. Thanks, man. Good morning, Preston, as well. Metro, Eaton Beaver, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Good morning. Hopefully your vault goes better than mine did. At this point, I don't really expect to get anything 8 weeks in, but really enjoyed the new Mythic Plus changes video last night. Yeah, I start a little bit of a bad start. A lot of people being Debbie Downers about it. That really bothers me. It's one thing to have a negative opinion about it. That's fine, but to then say stupid shit like this one guy said, like basically like insulting the devs, like saying like they don't know what they're doing, when you know, like you literally know about this for a few hours and you're gonna say that, and they probably worked on it. There's probably like multiple iterations of and this is what they ultimately came to after all this effort and work. God, man, you just make yourself look like such a fucking idiot when you say stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, nothing really here. Those gloves are an upgrade though. Well, we lose leech on them, but yeah. Shoulders, actually, I'll probably take the shoulders for now. This can be upgraded all the way. And Iridius fragment we do not want. Okay, we'll take the shoulders for now. Just gotta go transform them into tier and then upgrade them. And transmog them. What state are you in? Pennsylvania. But yeah. It was very good. The baseball game was quite good. That one Affix will make Priest or DPS with holy damage bonus. Hopefully it's going to really help the pug world. I really like what I saw there. I don't understand the won't get invite if wrong damage type talk. Right, well, those people are just like making excuses already, you know what I mean? Like, that's obviously not going to be the only factor. You know, if you're a bad player, then you're not getting invited no matter what you're playing, but... Anyway, let's see, shoulders. Okay, now we got transmog it. I'm a little worried about the Affix that does damage to you when you damage enemies. Yeah, that one's probably gonna be the hardest one. It's gonna make healers have to work a lot more, which is good in my book. Good for me. Give them something to do on most trash. Plus, which one was that paired with? I think that was paired with the nature damage one, wasn't it? Should be. Oh no, that's actually paired with the holy one. That's strange. That would have made more sense with the nature damage one, because then it would really incentivize Resto Druids on that week. Instead we have Holy and Shadow damage, so that means that maybe Holy Priest, Holy Pally will be a little bit better on that week. Thorns will have to cap out at some point. It can't be infinite scaling. Oh, it's probably going to scale off the Keystone. That's my thought. Inflict physical damage to the attackers when attacked. Yeah, it doesn't say like based on how much damage you do or anything like that. Is that what you're thinking? Or do you mean like you mean like if you do a 20 compared to a 10, it's just too difficult? I don't know that would be something they'd be concerned with, but maybe. I think right now they've been doing affixes where they do cap at certain levels. It might force DPS to slow down on DPS at some point. Nah, I doubt it will be that much damage. They say it's not every enemy that is affected. Now I notice there's quite a lot of mini bosses so far in the new dungeons. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's only ones either with mana or without mana based on the affix. Or actually there's only, yeah, it alternates or whatever. There's 2 without and 2 with. So presumably that's 50% of the dungeon, although I don't think it isn't even 50. And it's obviously going to depend on which dungeon we're talking about. Alright, let's upgrade those. Should we get on that now, currency-wise? There are a lot of mini-bosses. I ran a few dungeons yesterday and was surprised how many there were. Oh, really? I guess I didn't pay attention. I've only ran 2 dungeons total, so... I was going to do leveling on the beta this weekend, but I guess not. We'll have to do Mythic Plus instead. So, right, unfortunately, well, we'll see. It's supposed to storm on Friday. I've been conscripted to go be a part of a golf tournament on Friday, unfortunately. Well, I'm kind of excited for it, but honestly I don't really want to, but I am going to go, so I won't be able to stream Friday, unfortunately, but Thursday I will definitely be on the beta. I just have a feeling it's probably going to be a mess, like probably not going to work very well, like if their first build is any indication. They can make a gardenering enchant for gloves that will reduce the picker bush damage. It's fine, because there used to be herbalism enchants for gloves, right? Okay, anyway, let's see what we got out there. Nothing. It's fine, we'll sign up. We do need that one as well, so it's all good. So what is the week? It's a bad week, right? Yeah, Sanguine and Corporal. Are people still DCing a lot in the beta? I think they are still, yeah. I don't know, though. I haven't been on there since last week. Alright, well, we got that piece fully upgraded, so we got 1, 2... I still need a better cloak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8, well, really 9, 10, 11. 11 slots that aren't going to get replaced at this point. The bracers and the belt are probably not going to get replaced, but yeah, I don't think so. I don't think losing the embellishment is worth it. I was DC'd yesterday and the dungeon reset and kicked everyone. Oh, Jesus. That doesn't sound like it would be fun. Oh, I don't have much hopes for a good testing environment. I could see them actually canceling it, honestly. Seems like it's a little too early. Although, honestly, considering now that we know we are what? Let's say how many actual weeks we are away from Season 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 weeks away from Season 1. Yeah, maybe they better get working on it. Especially if they're doing new affixes, right? That's still a pretty long time, though. I don't think they do PTR testing on seasonal changes much more than that. Well, definitely not more than that, so. I did start the Pokemon adventure on Ace Games TV. If you guys are interested in watching me unbox Pokemon cards and potentially invest in them down the road, I've begun that journey. That channel is also in the description. That channel already has plenty of subscribers, but I do need watch hours. So if anybody wants to do me a huge favor, just hop on over to that channel and throw a playlist on at some point when you have a couple hours that you're not on your computer and just let it play. Shouldn't take too long to get that channel partnered again, but that would be nice to be able to do that too. Diversify some revenue. Well, okay, now there's a lot of keys. Oh, that's because this got turned off again, I guess. Morning Metro Bird, how's your morning been? It's been great. I did another Pokemon unboxing this morning. Didn't get to record any mop remix or anything though, so that's gonna fall by the wayside for a few days. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to stay active on all these channels. Pokemon stuff is limited. I'm only gonna have 6 things to unbox total, and then that's hopefully gonna be it. Feeling the pull of addiction there, but I don't think I will be succumbing to it because it's so substantially, like, financially difficult. These products are expensive. I'll probably hang on and just see if I can ever find like some packs or small things that are a good value. I don't know if people sell individual packs. I'm sure they do, but gotta say, pretty excited about your Pokemon unboxing. You ever think about doing Magic? No, Magic, like modern Magic, I have no interest in. I have a million Magic the Gathering cards, and I was thinking about selling those too, but I just don't seem like they don't seem to sell for anything that would be worth selling. But I may venture into that. The problem right now is eBay is not allowing me to sell more than 10 items a month. And I've already hit that for June, so now I have to wait like 3 weeks to be able to list more items. I don't know how long that's going to be stuck in that state, but I really need to get more items listed. Because I have like hundreds and hundreds of things I want to sell, so. And now we have the 151 boxes too, eventually to add. But yeah, I got some good draws out of that first box, and now I opened the second box this morning, so you guys should check that video out when it's live. It won't be for a while, probably. Maybe tomorrow, but probably not. Maybe Thursday. And then I have a few more of those 151 products coming, and then that'll probably be it for that for a while. Unless I find some crazy deal or something very worth recording. And I'll be hanging on, saving some money up for the Team Rocket packets that sound like they're eventually coming. I don't want to invest in Japanese cards, though. I really don't like Japanese cards. So I'd imagine it would be, those would come first. That Charizard looks so good. Yeah, spoiler alert. You haven't watched it yet. We got a really good first box. Like, if that's my first one ever, I don't know how I'll live up to that one. That's crazy, right? Diab, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Steege as well. How you guys doing? Good evening, Mr. Azeroth. My name is Metro. You can call me that. Welcome. Glad to see people playing the best healing spec. Me as well. We got 14 Niltheris. Rat, Mage, Og. Oh no, that's a, okay. So that's a Resto, or a Holy Pally. Cream State. So the affixes are pretty rough this week in Corporal Sanguine. I don't know much about those cards, but I know Charizard. Yep, Charizard's usually always collectible. And in that first box, I got 2 different ones, so that's cool. Did you play any Magic the Gathering? No. I don't really play any card games ever. I tried to get into Hearthstone, and that wasn't really for me either. Magic the Gathering I just used to like because of the art and just opening the packs and stuff. I've tried to play these games back in the day, but it's just not for me. I'm too antisocial, man. I did play a bunch of Magic the Gathering on this, like, Forge, what is that, Forge or something like that? I was messing around with that a bunch. It's a good thing to just on my phone, if I have like a little bit of time before bed and I want to wind down, I'll just play a game on there or something like that. It's kind of fun. Yeah, Magic the Gathering, not as much for me. I like the art, but I like the art of the original cards like 10 times better than the current cards. I just don't like the actual card art, not like the picture, but like the way the card looks even without the picture. So I can't see myself buying any of those. Plus I'm like way over my head with just the Pokemon stuff. Like, I don't have enough storage space for all this shit. Like, I now already have 2 boxes and more boxes of things are coming, so I don't know where to store them all. One of the things I bought was that binder set though, so that's coming, and I'll just put all the cards in there and hopefully that'll be keeping them safe. Calvin, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome back. How you doing this fine day? I'm doing fucking swell. Really good. Yesterday was awesome. Really good, fun day outside. And then on top of that, I come home to some crazy cool news. I agree. I feel like old Magic the Gathering has such a charm and almost hand-painted look. Yes, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what got me into fantasy. I think I replied to your comment saying that, didn't I? Was that your comment? That's what got me into fantasy, dude. Like, the Magic the Gathering, especially the land cards, when I was like 15 or 16, it's like what hooked me into fantasy. It's what made me want to play WoW. Like, it's a big part of why I play WoW now. These like fantasy landscapes and stuff, and the art that WoW produces with it, it's like, yeah, it's all nostalgia for me. It's going all the way back. I totally called end of August expansion release date. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I definitely would not have expected it to come out that soon. My dad and his friends used to set up baseball cards on ledges of brick buildings and whip other cards at them. If you knocked one over, you got the card. What the hell? I need to look, like, I don't know if my dad had collectibles too, man. There's a ton of stuff still up in that attic. I got to go through it. I did see this, like, plaque that had, like, a Derek Jeter thing on it, though. But it's quite bulky. I don't know. I got to look into some of the stuff that he had, too. Maybe there's stuff up there that's valuable. Denting up Mantles, DiMaggios, you name it. Oh, man. Yeah, that's brutal. I don't know that trading cards for other, like, for, like, sports and stuff, how active those markets are, though. When I saw some of the basic lands back in the day, I felt like I wanted to live there. Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, let me go get you this is my favorite one. Alright, it's probably not going to be very easy to see. I probably could find it on the computer quicker, but... How'd you get the legendary? No, I kind of got stuck doing heroic last season. That one right there is my favorite card of Magic the Gathering that I've ever looked at. And like you said about living there, it's like, yeah, I'm ready to move. It's fucking gorgeous. And you can't probably see it in that webcam shot, but there's like a bunch of individual trees printed on the individual like island outcropping there. It's so nice. Hoping we get a pre-patch date this week. They definitely won't be publishing that this week. No way. They won't tell us about that until they're actually sure of when it's coming out, and they won't be sure of when it's coming out until they start doing the pre-patch PTR. So pre-patch has the DK rework in it. Can't come soon enough. I mean, they haven't even finished the DK rework, so that's another point. I should probably unplug the webcam. Sorry, or the GoPro. Boodoo. Anyway, hey Metro, what's the actual time where you are, by the way? It is Eastern Standard Time here. I'm in the UK. Will you get charged for using eBay as a Arrive hustle? You mean, I guess, a side hustle. Will you get charged? Charged by who? Here you're only allowed so much before you're taxed. Yeah, I'm sure it's that way too, but I won't be selling, like... Yeah, I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You're probably, it's probably the case, like if you sell thousands of dollars, you're probably going to get taxed, yeah. Hero, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Some of the full art basic lands in the newer set are better than 90% of actual cards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the actual cards, I don't even care about. It's the lands that would be the most interesting to me. So, yeah. No real interest in Magic. I don't like how it's gotten away from like its original themes as well. I really like the idea of the planeswalkers and like the fantasy of these very like almost like godlike entities in this universe. And then I don't know what's happened because I was like reading into it, the characters and the lore and stuff now, and it seems like everybody's a fucking planeswalker and they don't have anywhere near as the power they used to have. I don't know what they've done with it. I haven't been able to keep up with it, but yeah. That Brothers War book is still one of my favorite books I've ever read. The first Magic the Gathering book. I had these machinations in my head to read the entire like It's like probably like 6 or so books that are all part of that first series. But I only got up to Mercadian Mass or whatever. I never finished it. Some of the fuller basic lands in the newer set are better than then they lost their spark and they lost the charm. Yeah, Mishra and Urza. Yeah, those are the best characters. If you've never read the books, they're actually very, very good.
5, 4.
Oh yeah. Anyway, we gotta remember this route. Already forgotten it. Hopefully we'll figure it out. First dungeon for me was a wipe. Great start. Healer didn't set up keybinds. What the hell? Why are you doing the key? Magic the Gathering has books. Yes, that was a huge part of their initial success. Was they were selling books alongside each set of the cards, and the books were excellent. Like fucking excellent, if you ask me. I read a bunch of them, and they are very good. The early ones, at least. I don't know if the new ones, like if they're still making books, regardless. But I don't know if they're good. The first three Magic, the Brothers' War is one of my favorite books I've ever read. Oh. $10. Thank you very much,
Thanks for the chill and relaxed gameplay stream.
Alright, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate that. Especially now as we're spending so much money investing in the Pokemon cards, it means a lot. It's not bolstering. Okay, gives us a minute here to look at the route. Forgotten immediately what we need here. Theris. We did all that. Now we need these ones. I'm a massive fan of Phyrexians and the way they are depicted in some of the books. I like the concept there. Yeah, that was the coolest thing about Magic the Gathering, like the artifice concept, like the turning of the like it's like almost sci-fi and fantasy at the same time. I always like that, even though I'm really not a sci-fi guy. Books are not that expensive. Well, you can probably get them for free at this point. They're like 30-year-old books, some of them. But yeah, if you want to check them out, they're really good. The early ones, especially. Sci-fi body horror is my jam. Oh yeah, that's cool. Not my favorite thing in the world, but I do like the idea of how they handled it. Guys are so tall you can barely see the top of their bar. You know, I was thinking daily Mythic Zero lockouts is really going to devalue normal raid. Oh, that's a great point actually. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Two deaths from the bulkiest healer so far. That's a little concerning. Died with Bop and Bubble Up multiple times. These dudes have to be some of the tallest trash mobs we've ever fought. Mechagon, or Motherload had some tall ones too. Other than that, yeah. Okay, complaining about Cap Totem when he didn't use Bubble. Classic. These are taller than Motherload? Oh, definitely, yeah, no doubt. Good luck, Metro. This week's gonna be tough. Oh yeah. 4 to 5 weeks, so I don't know how tough it could be. Tyrannical's been kicking our ass. How dare the fire giants be giant? Oh yeah, and then oh shit, yeah. Then next time we come on a Tuesday, we'll have House of the Dragon Season 1 to discuss. Holy shit. Life is going in the right direction all of a sudden, man. Cannot wait for that. Next Sunday. A couple days from now. I'm so pumped for House of the Dragon. Yeah, me too. I just completed a rewatch. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. I was hoping to time the rewatch out a little bit better so it ended like the day of or something, but nah, I just couldn't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller Records. Anyway, I have a big family watch party at my brother's. Ooh, nice. Do they all like it evenly, or is it some people just kind of sitting there because they're being dragged along?
Beware.
See, and this is why people think Sanguine's a difficult affix, because multiple people who could help with the affix and nobody's doing it. Just me dragging the mobs, that's all we got.
Beware.
Another thing that nobody does with Sanguine is killing mobs evenly too. If everybody treated that and bolstering with a little bit more respect on what they're fighting, it would make it a lot easier. We're all massive fantasy family. We watch Game of Thrones every week. Oh, wow, that's cool. Seen a lot of Ellie Shamans recently. Yeah, me too. I'm glad to see it. They're powerful.
Beware.
Hey, Griffin, what's up, my friend? Welcome. The WoW thing this weekend was literally a terrible time for me. Why? I mean, you were busy when it got... I mean, I was not even home on Monday, so I missed all that, but... Yeah, the release date was surprising. I'm really shocked to see that. Azralan. Ellie Shaman die there. Off topic. Tried Totemic Resto Shaman on the beta. What a fun healer. Oh, cool. Yeah, I never got to see Totemic. I gotta do a leveling thing on that.
Beware.
I was watching the Microsoft event and thought, oh wow, won't happen too soon. Oh wow, won't happen soon. I'm going to go get breakfast burrito. Oh no. Well, I didn't know that they were doing anything related to WoW, so I didn't know anything about that. Was that obvious to you guys? Like, did you expect it? It seemed like it came out of nowhere to me. Nobody was talking about it. What are your thoughts on the release date? I have a whole video on that. Check it out. It was to me. Oh, okay, I did not expect, like, especially considering the stream is titled Xbox.
Beware.
I know that Microsoft owns both, but it's like, would you expect a Gears of War announcement on a World of Warcraft event? Like, I don't know.
Beware.
The Microsoft event said it was showcasing Blizzard stuff. Oh, okay. When was that? How come nobody was talking about that leading up to it then? All I heard was people talking about something in June 25th. Was that Gamescom? If you didn't want them to knock the ads, they would on CD, but because you need them to help, they'll never do it. Yeah. Okay, that gets dead twice now.
Beware.
It sounds like most people didn't know about it because I did not hear anybody talk about it leading up to the event, which, yeah.
Beware.
People are usually very happy to tell others that they know about these things. A few months ago, I said June 9th when the date was going to be announced. Okay, yeah. Well, I thought it would be too early one way or the other, so obviously. We're wrong on all of that. The only other games I was hyped for is Stalker. But that's because I'm old and played the OG back in the day. Okay, cool. That's my last. We're out of those potions. Alright, well, here's the trick here. Try to skip this. I guess going forward, it's best to keep an eye on any Microsoft event. Yeah, I guess so. They might announce Windows 11. They might announce... Wow, you never know. was a good little chunk of time between the WoW date, Age of Mythology date, and the D4 date. Oh, really? Oh. Okay, well, we already fucked that up. I didn't realize that got padded all the way this far. So that's fine. We will do this instead. Grab these mobs instead. That pack doesn't seem like it's going to really be skippable reliably. Hopefully those little birds don't drop sanguine. I wasn't 100% sure they were showing WoW stuff because I was told I was wrong so much, and I'm glad that they did. What's your overall thought on Season 4 so far? Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I don't know. I like the dungeons a lot, so that makes it easy to enjoy. The player base has gotten quite bad, though, it seems. But that's not really that surprising.
Beware.
I didn't want to be wrong and debate the entire stream into spending 2 hours watching it. Well, luckily, so many people were talking about it as it was happening that it was obvious that it was going to happen without having to watch the whole thing. That cinematic was amazing too, by the way. That's one of the best cinematics I've ever seen for any WoW stuff, and it was an actual announcement trailer. That's pretty crazy, right?
Beware.
Nice win for the Yankees last night, bouncing back from a bad series against the Dodgers, too. Take it, though. I think the end cinematic is probably clips from a longer cinematic. Maybe. I don't know about that. Maybe. Either way, I just liked how it, like, recapped all the different expansions recently. So many trailers and cinematics for the War Within so far. I know there's a lot of stuff. It's quite good.
Beware.
Okay. Normally you don't want people. Normally people complain I pull too many hunters. These guys just body pull some.
Beware.
My friend who doesn't play WoW is terrified by your UI. Why? Love this cinematic for Sylvanas and Shadowlands. Yeah, that was a good one.
Beware. Beware.
Hunters cause no problems in this group somehow. Don't understand the hate for the UI. That's, I don't know if that comment is a hate comment, but just a lot of dumb people out there who think there's only one way to do things. That's pretty much true for every piece of content and every talking point on this channel, so that's life. People are getting more and more rigid in their ideologies and less able to think. It's not even about thinking for yourself either at this point. It's just about seeing it from another perspective. Like the people who come in here and say things about the UI, it's like, do you think I literally have no idea what it looks like or something? Like, I don't understand. Do you think I chose this UI arbitrarily? Like I just randomly assigned things on the screen? I've been playing the fucking game longer than most of these people are probably alive, and they think like I've never looked at the UI before and I'm just throwing things randomly on the screen or something. Back to lurking, I'll be here. Sweet man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting about the Pokemon stuff. The only thing that's not my type is how zoomed in you are. Really that much. Just by accident, I ended up hitting the zoom button here and there. Is it Final Fantasy 14 player? Oh, well, that's why. Starting off with a cognitive disability is never a good way to leave an argument. All the 12 people in Final Fantasy 14 probably won't like this UI. No real hate against the game, just a funny joke to make. Alright, so we pulled that extra pack. I don't know what that does for the count though, but we're probably just not going to need something at the end. We need to remember to skip this pack. That's the big one. I like it. Me too. Wait, if you mean Final Fantasy 14, then no, I don't mean that. My bad. Never skipped that pack though. I'm kind of excited. A private server I've been following that has custom classes enters alpha this week. Oh, which one? I like the UI. I get you. I'm relatively well versed in private servers. That's where it started for me. Streaming private servers during the Nostalrius days. Conquest of Azeroth. Huh, I'd not heard that one. Personally, I don't like it either. I like less stuff in my face, but obviously yours serves a purpose. I played both WoW and Final Fantasy. People in Final Fantasy put the same stuff on their screen. Yeah, it's all just about you being like having the right information on the screen for me. That's the most important thing for me. What's your D&T uptime in most dungeons? I have no idea. If you remind me, I'll take a look at the end of the dungeon for you. It's a branch of Ascension? Oh, a branch. What does that mean? A Conquest of Azeroth is Ascension. Okay, cool. That makes sense. When the blue post dropped yesterday, I was waiting for your video. Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't home when it dropped. So it took me a while to get it done, but... Guy's still pretty salty about that for some reason.
Beware.
It's a separate dev team from Ascension? Oh, okay, interesting. Guess the play is just to never leave your house. I tried that for a few years and it made me really fat and unhappy, so I didn't continue doing that. The biggest surprise in that blue post was bolstering, sanguine, and raging staying. I'm really shocked to hear so many people say that. Did you guys not? Maybe you guys didn't read the blue post or something. You're just reacting to the reactions. They explained it all pretty well, so I'd definitely give it a read. Did you play Nostalrius when it was out? I had 560s on Nostalrius, yeah. XDID1010, welcome.
Beware.
I also really enjoy this Mythic Plus Key video. The Mythic Plus Keys. Yeah, no, those have been a blast to make. That's so much fun to make, man. I always enjoy making them.
Beware.
Good afternoon, Datmiran. What's up, buddy? Welcome. So what's the trick here? Is there a trick here, or we just walk by him? Spliff as well. What's up? Welcome.
2, 1. Beware.
I did an academy yesterday where I was the only dispel. Yeah, those are the affixes that they needed to remove for sure. I sell TCG cards as a living. Oh, really? Well, if you have any tips or anything, let me know. I've begun looking into it. I understand the philosophy of affixes they are keeping, being very passive in the sense that they don't force you to do any mechanics. They are very passive. They are very passive. The new ones are, yeah. But the ones that they return are the ones that are going to offer the most gameplay diversity week to week. And all four of those are one of a combo of 5 total that were present in the previous bucket. So those all can't be removed, like, unless you want another 4 affixes as well added to the game. You can't remove every fucking affix in the game. It makes me wonder, like, what ones people wanted. You want, like, volcanic and shit that's, like, ultra easy? That ain't happening.
Beware.
They kept all the ones that are easy to balance too, I feel like, across from each other now. There are people that want no affixes, yeah. And this is as close as you're gonna get to that, 100%. This was an incredible concession to those people. Far more than I would have ever expected them to do. Making like ultra passive affixes that actually are buffs to you is like, yeah, this is as close as you're gonna get to having no affixes, so. Take your W and enjoy it.
Beware.
Bowstring can be easily balanced when they make it do 1 to 5% increased damage per application instead of 10.
Beware.
Well, I just mean across from each other regardless. Like, Bowstring's already a fucking joke compared to what it used to be. So, the reason Bowstring might be looked at as hard now is simply because players are lazy and they're not very skilled at doing the affix. In the old days, when it actually had a way bigger impact on the key, you were forced to do it well. And people were way, 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 way better at it.
Beware.
Go back and look through our BFA VODs with Bowstring and you'll see how people handled it. People were actively attacking the correct targets and making them all die at once, even packs that had mismatched HP. My hot take is that Bowstring should go back to how it was. And I don't think that will happen, but maybe. And it's always possible that they change the affixes further too, the ones they're keeping. I do like Kiss Curse. Hopefully they will be affixes to look forward to. I mean, it's pretty passive, but yeah, I like the idea of it. I don't think Bowstring being stronger in the past is a good argument. It's definitely a great argument. Why would it not be a good argument? The affix can't get any further nerfed, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to have some difficulty to the affix, right? So, I don't know what people want from it at this point, but it's as good as it can possibly get, so. Pokemon has been the hardest to keep a consistent margin on. But if you can hit the Zoomer market and the nostalgia, you're golden. So what are your thoughts on my idea of collecting these 151 cards and then selling them like 5 or 10 years down the road? Do you think this is going to be a good investment, or do you think it's not going to be a good investment? Can we get an affix that mutes the chat box? You can do that yourself. I wouldn't recommend it. If it's nerfed this much, oh, okay. If it's nerfed this much, it's still problematic. Then it's just bad design. It's not problematic. I just explained why. People just suck at it. They don't play well when they have the affix in front of them. And this is a big common problem here because the affix might look harder than other ones because it is so imbalanced compared to the other ones, right? Like, if you compare Spiteful to Bowstring, it is like night and day, right? So that's why I think they're keeping those 4, because those 4 are a little bit more balanced against each other. And they'll be easier to tune against each other. Who is the guy who left? I don't know why you're leaving at that point. Still had a good shot of upgrading that. Oh, it was the shaman, the priest. I don't seem to have an easy way of whispering him, so forget it. Oh yeah, D&D uptime, we can take a look at it. I guess Sanguine Ground uptime is what we're looking at. 35% uptime there. Bolstering is an outlier, to be honest. It is the most annoying of the returning affixes, so maybe that is causing my perception of it to be more negative than it deserves. Is it? Would you really say it's a big outlier? That's why I said I just don't really agree with it. Like, I don't. Bolstering's very, very easy now. People just don't play it well. Spiteful was super out of place. I think if they aren't going to nerf the other three, they should probably buff bursting a little. Yeah, maybe. That's probably their goal, is to keep all four of them equally difficult and have a bigger impact on gameplay. So that's what I assume they will do with that. And I think they chose the right affixes for that. Sanguine's the annoying one. As the tank, it is definitely annoying, but that's not really any reason to remove it. They need to change how Sanguine interacts with mobs, I think. And then I'd be fine with it. Anyway, let's see. Niltheris 14. Oh, what else? Flavor of the month pick leaves first. Color me surprised. Yeah, fucking Shadow Priest, man. Just chaining into bad Shadow Priest. Week after week. Like, I mean, is this an actual overall chart? Is that a joke? That's got to be a bug, right? Is that the real overall damage? What the fuck? Sanguine is easy, just get a DK tank or some knockbacks. The problem is the mobs that refuse to move because they're casting spells. My thought has always been, like, either make the mobs silence when they're in Sanguine. He says Sanguine had a cap on its healing per mob. Well, they kind of already did that. What I would like to see instead is the puddle shrinks every time it heals. I mean, these are the guys we're playing with, and the guys that are, like, leaving keys and acting all elitist, man. Like, this is why I'm so excited for these new affixes. Because hopefully this fucking absolute nonsense is gonna stop. Where we have dudes who are, like, probably not even very good at one class ever at any point anyway, re-rolling and getting looks from pug groups because of them re-rolling, and then performing like this. I mean, I'm staggered by this. 100k less than the Demon Hunter? Everybody keeps telling me this is the best damage spec in the game. Like, at least Fire Mage, I can see why these people are underperforming, but I don't understand why these Shadow Priests all suck. Is it hard to play or something? Like, I don't understand what I'm missing on this. I want to go back. If I can remember, I'm going to do this. At the end of the season, I'm going to look back at every single key that has an overall chart that, like, finishes with a Shadow Priest in it and compare their DPS to the other two DPS players in the group. I bet right now that 50% or more of the Shadow Priests we play with in keys that finish do less overall DPS than the other two specs. Maybe more, like 75% even. Some of them, I'd say probably 50% get blown out. But we'll say 50% of the Shadow Priests we played with do not top the damage chart. It's not hard and not easy. It's mid difficulty. Okay. Why did he leave? No idea. I mean, I guess he thought the key was over there, but I don't think it really was. While Shadow Priests can be overall monsters with AUG, their value is in prior damage. Oh god, here we go with this again. Okay, so they suck too. Sweet, thanks for letting me know. Another spec to avoid. If you could see these levers IRL, what would you say to them? I'd tell them to spend more time in IRL. Probably have more fun. The whole point of the God comp is that it enables the priest and it shines on higher keys. Yep, and that's what I'm seeing in the pug world. It's not working out. The DPS rotation is a little bit complex, but Shadow has so little utility and they don't have to focus on much but DPS. Their silence and AoE stop are both 45 seconds. Yeah, it's basically only DPS that they bring to these pugs as well, which is another big issue for me. When entering a pull on Blood DK, what is the best way to get aggro? Blood Boil. Pretty much the only thing you got. Throw D&D down before you aggro the mobs and then move the mobs into it so you get that free global of damage on D&D without having to spend it on as your first global. And then just hit Blood Boil twice and you should be good. You might need Rune Weapon first though or something like that, but yeah, 2 Blood Boils and you should have it. That's why I think streamers that do tier lists hurt the game in some way, because brainless players take those tier lists as absolute gold. We talked about this a million times over the years. I'm happy to talk about it again. I used to do tier lists as well. And I stopped because I was making these tier lists and I would literally say, I am just giving you my opinion on this. Do not take this as fact. It is my opinion. If you disagree, that's fine. Leave your reasoning for disagreeing. And the amount of fucking comments on those videos that were like, lol, you're wrong, these things. I was like, bro, I just gave you an opinion. If you have a different opinion, you can leave yours. I'm not wrong. I just have an opinion that differs from yours. And then the amount of comments that were saying like, oh, blah, 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 this doesn't line up with the top players, all this stuff. It's like, it made me realize that the people who are watching tier lists are not able to actually critically think about the thing they're watching. And it just became a total waste of time for me. But on top of that, it made me realize that I was misleading people with that content. Because anybody who asked that question is not an intelligent person. They're asking a question that cannot be answered. They're asking, what is the best DPS spec for Mythic Plus? It doesn't fucking work that way. There's way too many variables. Even affixes make that impossible to answer on its own. But obviously we have 8 different dungeons. You know what I mean? And there's obviously gearing concerns and different values there. But the number one example I always give with this is a really funny story leading back all the way to my college days. I had this weather app on my phone. I paid for it. I subscribed to it because it gave some features that I liked. And as part of that, I got this email chain from them every month or every 6 months or something. Part of the email, the top thing in the email said, we heard your requests. We're going to give you guys the most asked for feature on our weather app. A 365-day projected forecast. So you can potentially plan your birthdays and holidays well in advance. And I read that and I was like, we are fucked as a species. If you ask that question, what is the weather gonna be like 6 months from now? You're a fucking idiot. You are fucking brain dead. Like, that is the dumbest thing you could say. You cannot ask a dumber question. You cannot ask a dumber question. No, it's legitimately in the app. 365-day projection in the app for people who pay for it only. That was a feature that you paid for on the app. It was like $3 a month and it was an extra feature you got. And this is the people who are asking about tier lists. This is the people who are asking about tier lists. They want to know something that cannot be answered. And because they keep asking it, these influencers are like, I'll make a video on it. Because it's obviously free money and easy views, which is why I used to do them too. But you're answering a question that the answer to is, I can't answer that for you, man. Sorry. I have no answer. There's no answer to that. I'm sorry that you asked that question, but I have no answer to it. That's the answer. What's the best DPS spec in Mythic Plus? It depends. That's the end of the conversation. But these guys don't, you know, and then obviously the influencers are willing to eat it up because they're making so much money from it and getting so much attention. But this is really, 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 really bad for everybody. You should not answer questions that obviously are bad questions. 151 is a great spec. Just sitting can be so hard. Also, the big boom right now are in the DP era. The e-reader cards move so fast. I'd say the cool Muse and Charizards from Obsidian Flames and FS. But I've just been enjoying buying the packs and opening them. So, yeah, if you think it's a decent thing to hang on to. Like, I don't have, like, I'm selling the base set 1 cards right now. So I'm in no rush to sell these 151 cards. So I'm thinking like 5, maybe 10 years from now, I'll probably start listing them and hopefully they'll, you know, be pretty big value. But I already got the most valuable card on the whole set, so already got the Charizard. Can we still agree that Bloody K is the best healer? Yes.
4, 3, 2.
When tanking Hoi, do you usually pull the first pack and the Dragon and the Gauntlet? Well, we'll see shortly here. I don't know exactly what you mean, but you mean at the very end? On some weeks I would, but most weeks no. It's cheap to put together. Yeah, like right now I'm able to get the card packs for less than $7 each. And it seems like Like the 10 cards I get always equal at least a couple dollars no matter what. Obviously they have to sell, but realistically, it seems like the packs are basically paying for themselves even right now. Like I opened that whole box. Spoiler alert again if you guys didn't see the video. I opened that whole box and it was $100 and I got a card that already sells for $105. So it's like, okay, paid for myself. Have you looked into TCG Player? Yep. Yeah, I'm selling on eBay currently, but you know, I'm keeping my eyes on both all the different websites. NG Cheat Death? Yeah, not for me. I don't think we are gonna go that way, but somebody made a big deal about it last week. Maybe we can do it more, but that way is way harder for the tank. What else? Maybe it's historical data. Looking at historical data is pretty useful. For the app thing, no, it was like a projected forecast. Yeah. I mean, it was probably using historical data. Yes, I get that part. Like, obviously, they weren't saying like, "Oh, it's gonna be 90 in December." Like, you know, it's based on historical averages, but it was actually crazy the way it was opened. It's like, we hear you. Like, that's what it's. I don't remember exactly what words were used, but that's what they were saying. Like, we hear you guys. You've been sending in email after email asking us this ridiculous question. We want to help you pay us. So in order for us to help you pay us, we're going to do whatever you ask. So you will give us more money. And in so doing, we will answer the dumbest question ever asked on the face of the fucking planet. It's just great. Like, I couldn't believe that. When I saw that, I was like, that is consumerism and idiocracy together. And that is what the future is going to look like. It's kind of scary. Have you ever been a meta abuser? No, I always played one spec my whole life, and I would make like an alt here and there to play maybe something that's powerful, but yeah, those days are over. I think if the goal is to sell it in 10 years, maybe just investing the money in ETFs and forgetting about it is a better choice. Nah, I like Pokemon cards. The app idea sounds like a really bad idea for multiple reasons. The idiots asking for that are going to be the same people that sue because the app is wrong. That's an interesting point, I guess, yeah. They would probably have better predictions for a 365-day forecast by throwing literal dice to determine than relying on current models. Right, it's... yeah. And this was in 2008 or 9, so... You know, I'm sure advancements have come. Maybe of making it a little bit easier to handle now, but... I think they called it the long range deluxe or something like it was like it was long range forecast or something like that, and it was like up to 365 days from now. No, you know what actually was really funny? Yeah, it was 364 days. Oh, okay. They made a big deal about that because they're like, they didn't want to predict the exact same day twice on the calendar. And I remember then the next email like specified why they chose 364. Like they had to give a reason, because probably some idiot was complaining, "You're not doing a full year." It's like a full year is the same day as today. We can't do that. It was funny. There's more percent on the left too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't want the extra percent. We're already a little bit overcount. Most places have weather averages. They could literally deduct probabilities themselves. Oh yeah, like you don't even need an app for that, right? Like obviously if you live in Swag District, you probably know what's gonna happen in December through January, but in fucking Pennsylvania, bro, you cannot, like, some days it's 70, some days it's 10, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy how different the weather can get. Current top models are only about 50% accurate for 10 days, you know? Some go left and then skip the last pack before Ice Ball. Yeah, I should probably look into that more, because that does sound interesting. That pack is pretty dangerous, but I don't know how easy that, like, it's a very easy skip, or is there any difficulty? Like, can it fail? Like, because I do not feel like this dungeon's trash is in play here. Like, I'm not worried about the trash in this dungeon much at all. It's all about that boss, that frog boss. In Indiana, I've had a year. What do you mean? I don't know how that didn't kill anybody, but... Skip is easy, but I think you need Mind Soothe. Oh, really? Alright, that's out then. Where it snowed in July and I rode my motorcycle to work in December. Oh wow, snow in July? It's pretty easy to skip the last pack. But is it easy without a priest, or is it easy no matter what? The only scary trash are the 3 shot casters. Right. Just gotta kick that, right? The only scary trash in the dungeon are the dragons, and if people remember to use defensives for the massive AoE damage events. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point those dungeons have been pretty, like, they've been pretty tame. I think most people know that they're dangerous and they're ready for them. I haven't seen many deaths there. This guy's just sitting down here.
Beware.
Are those ice dragons in Hall even scary for blood DK? No, absolutely not. They're very easy for blood. AMS every other one. You collect Pokemon cards? I've just started. I have a whole video on my 3rd channel now, Ace Games TV, which is at the, well, may not be in the stream actually. But anyway, yeah, you can go to bigplay.1/golf and that should take you there still. But anyway, I made a video on this topic on that channel now, but yeah, when my father passed away in August, we started digging through the attic to clean all the stuff out, and I found my old Pokemon cards, and I had no idea how popular the market was and how easy it was to sell even like very low value cards. Like I've already sold like 6 cards for like $2 or less. It seems very easy. So yeah, I wanted to try to make that money into something I can live off, maybe help me permanently, you know what I mean? Instead of just sell everything now and then not continue with it. So all the money I've made so far, I'm reinvesting into the 151 set, and hoping that that 151 set may eventually turn into, you know, a base set type value, or where like 10 years from its launch date, it's super valuable and people are buying it like crazy. So we've begun doing that. What's your opinion on A-Bomb Limb? No longer generating bone shields. We got multiple videos on that stuff now. Check it out. TLDR probably won't be taking A-Bomb Limb anymore. I doubt it'll ever be that big. No, it probably won't be, but like I said, like the cards have already basically paid for themselves, even if I sold them today. So unless the price goes down in the next 10 years, yeah, it's a good investment. There's nothing else I can do. Like, there's no way to properly buy packs of old cards anymore, it seems. I was thinking about it, but it seems way too risky. They did add the talent into the first gate that basically gives that function back to Limb. No, that doesn't really work, because it's only going to grip one mob at a time.
Beware.
In 2 years it'll drop, and then a spike a year after that. Oh, why? Why is that? I have the original Pokemon cards and figurines from the 90s. My dad every Tuesday went to the store and got me 2 packs. That's kind of similar to what my story is too, yeah. I don't remember this, but my mom said like every time she'd take me to the grocery store, you know, there'd be a register where you'd check out, so she'd always just get me 1 or 2 packs to like satiate me for being in the grocery store for that long, you know.
Beware.
And apparently I have a good amount of, like, there's a couple thousands of dollars worth of cards that I'm going to try to sell over the next few years. I thought I would be way further along in the selling process, but the grading process is going to take like 3 months for some reason, and then on top of that, the eBay is restricting my ability to sell the cards. I'm only able to sell 10 at a time for some reason, so, or 10 per month, so I have to figure out how to get around that. So there are tanks talking about dodging funnels and shit, and I'm just standing and everything. Tell people to leave you good reviews. Does it? I don't really want to do that. Like, I don't want to. Yeah, people. I've gotten a couple reviews already, and they've all been good. But if people want to leave a review, they can. Just like I don't like asking for like likes and shit. Like, I don't know. If you like it, then like the channel. If not, then don't. I'm not gonna ask you constantly for it. It seems really needy. I bought a card this weekend as well because there's some, now that I'm seeing these new modern cards and these crazy cool art pieces, I wanted to collect a few as well that aren't in the set that I'm buying. And I bought one of those this weekend for like $5, and this guy like sent me this like fucking like 5-paragraph message about all this shit. I was like, just send me the fucking card in an envelope and shut up. Like I don't, like, I'm not here for that, man. I'm really not. Trying to convince me to buy other things from him, trying to think about like all these different reasons that it might be difficult to stay profitable. It's like, I'm sorry that that's the case for you, man, but I'm just looking to buy the card, so send it to me, please. I have a whole box of unopened baseball cards from the 80s. Yeah, I don't know a thing about that. I looked into Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! On top of Pokemon, and those don't seem to have any market for what I own, at least. But yeah, I'm ready for Pokemon for sure. I'm excited about it. It's fun. Even if I don't necessarily make much money, like I don't need to make a lot of money because it's still very fun as well. Like I am not really spending that much money on them right now. Like I said, it's like under $7 a pack right now. And it seems like they're pretty much already paying for themselves if I were to sell them all right now. Like their value is already, I feel like every pack I open has at least like a couple dollars worth of value in it, so it's hard to imagine that not being profitable long term. If I get a picture, I'll show you. I'd be interested in seeing what you guys have for sure.
2, 1. Beware.
But it's been a very fun journey as well, like getting everything set up on eBay. I've yet to sell a card over $20 though. That's like the next leg of the journey. Right now I want to sell all the cheaper cards because they have this like thing on eBay where you just simply put it in an envelope and send it out. It's been quite fun doing that. So that's my focus now, is selling everything under $20, and then I'll start branching out into the things that are above 20. And then by that point I'll have all the graded cards back, and those can eventually be listed as well. And then, you know, years from now, I'll start listing the 151 stuff and see what happens. I'm so glad Incorporeal is gone soon. Oh, yeah. That's definitely a good one to remove. You have to be careful because there's a lot of fakes out there. Yeah, that's why I only want to buy from the boxes, from the packages. Like people were saying, it'd be cheaper if you want to complete a full collection to just buy all the cards individually than buy packs and hope to get all the cards you want. But I want them to be mint right out of a package. I do not want to take any risks. Because if I do want to resell these down the road, I don't want to deal with that. Oh, you sent me a fake card, bro. Like, yeah, that's not, I don't want that. I have garbage bags full of Pokemon cards, but I gave away my binders that had all the big money. Oh, really? That's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure my friend gave me a bunch of cards too, and that's why I have so many. Because I'm looking at the raw volume of Pokemon cards I have, and I have no idea how I have some of these ones that I have. Like, especially the Japanese ones. I don't ever remember buying a Japanese Pokemon card. Surely Japanese Pokemon cards would not be sold in American grocery stores or whatever. I don't know. I don't know where I would have gotten those. I missed some comments though. Wagamama, what's that? I used to go to Chinatown and get Japanese Pokemon cards? Really?
2, 1.
The only thing I can think of is, like, I know my friend, he gave me a bunch of shit. I think I told the story like 8 times already, but my friend's parents were getting divorced, and the father was like desperately trying to keep the kid on the father's side. So he was just like dumping all his cash into buying him toys and shit. And the mother was like, get these out of my house. She didn't want them. She wouldn't let them stay in the house because I think everybody knew what was happening there. And so she basically forced him to give them to me because I was like his best friend at the time. And I'm pretty sure that's why I have so many of these cards, because I don't even remember buying half these things, like especially, like I said, the Japanese Pokemon cards.
2.
Sealed product is the best way to go. Once the set is out of print, there's a finite amount of unopened packs. Yeah, I know. I don't think I will, though, honestly. Like, I don't want to buy and then potentially deal with shipping large objects like that. I know that if it's only about profits, that's the right way to go, but I don't want it to only be about profits. I also want it to be enjoyable. Plus, I don't really have space. Like, I don't really have space in my house for all of these things. So anything I buy, I'll likely open and hope to get lucky and hope to get things to be more valuable down the road. Like when I look at that, like that Gengar VMAX or whatever that thing is, where it's like eating the world, and then like the Vaporeon or the Umbreon with the moon and shit. Moonbreon is what they call it. Those cards don't seem any more rare than anything in the 151 set, and the price has just like steadily gone up over the last. And those aren't even that old, you know. I don't even know how old those cards are. Somebody tell me how old those cards are, but it doesn't seem like it would be very difficult for like 10 to 5 years from now to resell all these cards for a massive profit. I work at Game Heroes in Denver. 151 is the best selling we've had in the past 5 years. Right, that's why I wanted to get into it, because it seems like it's going to be ultra nostalgic too in a couple years for people.
Beware.
But maybe I'm way overreading it. I don't know.
3, 2, 1.
Stacking is still hard. Yeah, it's a hard fight for a lot of people. Game stores need to start selling that deodorant buff. Good one. The ring actually fucked us there. I'm curious on how much my collection is worth. Well, yeah, look into it, man. It was a very, very fun, like, I've been looking at this now since I think it was March or maybe April. It's about like 2 months of me, delving into this world of Pokemon collecting, and it's been really enjoyable. It's also quite nice, I made almost like $100 already. Like, it's quite nice to just see that money come in. I get it; those cards were basically free. Like, I didn't buy them, but it's still a very fun process to just see this small trickle of money coming in. So that money's going right back into buying new stuff. Did I hear that correctly, that the War Within Dungeons will not have a heroic difficulty? We have a whole video on that. You should definitely check that out. That is a crucial, even if you don't watch the video, definitely read the post. Like, that is a post that every single person who plans on doing Mythic Plus needs to read. I ain't even joking. When I tried getting into D&D, I went into an event at my local gaming store. The guy across from me had hair that looked like it had been in a McDonald's fryer. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's not uncommon in the world of these things. I think there's a lot of people who have actual, like, problems that... Like, I knew a guy who, he was very athletic, he took care of his body, but he had a serious, like, I think it's like a gland problem or something like that, where he would just sweat like crazy no matter what. Even in, like, an air-conditioned room, he would still be sweating. And he basically had to, like, constantly take showers every day, otherwise he would stink really bad. Take, like, 2 showers every day, pretty much.
Beware.
If you aren't doing it now, to skip the last pack, Mind Soothe, then touch the wall. Okay, so it requires Mind Soothe. They were nice to talk to, just couldn't deal with the smell. Yeah, I feel you. I only shower once a month. Oh, really? Saves on water. Come on, man, that's gross. No, like I said, it's up to you guys. You can do the last skip without suit. It just makes it safer. Oh, okay.
Beware.
Fight the power? What power? Shower power. Oh yeah, you remember flower power? That's the next one. Shower power. Big shower is trying to keep us down. You can see people saying that. I've seen people fail while hugging the wall. Oh no. You have to get up over the mountain, right? Yeah, it's just too much. I'm not interested. This trash is too easy as it is. I mean, this pack's pretty dangerous, but we're not gonna wipe to it. Not unless somebody does something really wrong. It's mostly just difficult for me. If you shower more than once a month, you're part of the system. Oh, what system? System of a Down. How would you react if one of the video submissions was with a key U in it? It wouldn't make any sense because I already have all those documented. So I'd be like, why did you send me that? You could have just linked the VOD. I shower twice a day? Yeah. That is actually quite bad for your skin, you know? From what I can tell, once a day is the most that you should do. People over clean themselves at times, I feel like. You have to realize that like our ancestry is not nobody had soap 1,000 years ago, you know what I mean? There's a reason that like, that wasn't a problem, you know what I mean? You should wash your hands and stuff when they're dirty. Otherwise, if they're clean, doing it more and more frequently just causes bacterial resistance.
Beware.
Most fat people I know tell me they have to shower twice a day to not stink. Well, that's what we were pretty much just talking about, but somebody who wasn't even fat, somebody who was actually in great shape and he just had problems with his sweating or something, I don't know. See, that pack's not even dangerous for the group.
Beware.
I put some cat food on my body and let my cats clean me. It's a good option too, actually. Evidence showed soap being used as far back as 2800. Oh, really? I guess I did. I guess I was wrong about that. But obviously we didn't have showers and stuff is what I was getting at. During Victorian era, women had huge, massive dresses to hide all the smells. Yeah. Smart cat gets fed and you save on water. Yep. It's true. It's a very good point. How's it going, Sage? Would somebody welcome? Simon as well, my friend. Looks like I missed something. Did you? Like what? What'd you miss?
Beware.
The chat? Oh yeah, just talking about random stuff as always. Showers and cat food. Just a joke. I know people who don't wash their hands after the toilet and open doors. I refuse to open the door after them. I get someone to hold the door for me. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm probably in that boat. I'm not really a guy who immediately washes my hands after I take my pants off. I don't see that. Sentry, would somebody welcome? Good afternoon, Metro and chat. How y'all doing? Sentry, I'm doing great. How about you? I hope you guys never use the self-serve screens at the fast food restaurant either. I try not to go to those. Regardless. You wear pants? Unfortunately, I am forced to, yeah.
Beware.
Caster and Mistweaver and keys confused me. Is that happening in this key? I guess so, guys. Doing 15k DPS. It's top damage as a trinket and then nothing else, pretty much. $31.12 though. I tap screens with knuckles. Dude, that's probably disgusting. You pretty much have to do that and then instantly wash your hands. Huh? Not bad, thanks. Was weighing up returning for the new expansion, but decided not to. Okay. Well, it's not coming out for a while, so you have plenty of time to make that decision. No need to rush through it. Just got back, 1 death and only 10 minutes left. That's pretty good at this split, isn't it? I'd only use hand sanitizer if I had to touch a soft surface of some kind. Oh, really? But yeah, we have an AUG and a Mistweaver who's doing 0 DPS pretty much, so I guess it is a little bit slow. I think we're fine though.
Beware.
Nothing can stop us.
I had such a great and fast keys with AUG in the party. Don't know what everyone is on about. Oh, really? Yeah, that's not our experience at all. Every key we do with AUG always seems to be very slow compared to other groups. We can go aggressive here if you guys think we need it. Although Sanguine's going to cause some big issues for that.
Beware.
I'm going to get stunned here. Just got out of it. Gotta pay attention to the main guys, because once they die, we're gonna have a big issue with Sanguine. Especially if the breath happens. Okay, that's actually a pretty good ring. Or is it? No, those mobs aren't even close to death. Terrible ring for that. At least it caused the circle to not need to be dodgeable.
Beware. Beware.
I'm not sold on the hero talent system. The initial Mythic plus rotation and Affix changes don't look appealing to me. Gotcha. I'll definitely wait until the game's like in a release date state before worrying about any of that stuff, I would say. People who know, is the Shadow Priest doing something wrong? Dragon is dying way after every pack. Yeah, I don't know. I thought they did priority damage. What's going on? I saw your reaction to the changes today, but I didn't really understand it. Why? What questions do you have? I've got Covenant vibes all over again. Yeah, you'll feel differently once you'll feel differently once you actually check it out. It's an amazing system, and the coolest part about it is how potentially different the spec is going to play based on the ones you pick. Covenants were great, but this is an even better system. Especially because you'll be able to just change whenever you want. The beta quelled a lot of fears I had in the hero talents. Yeah, they're going to be awesome. I'm really excited for that feature. The only complaint I have is that you're not able to access them until you're 70. Well, fully access them. Or 80, I mean. Well, actually 70 is still true, yeah. At least with hero talents, there's zero friction in changing them, yep. Which is honestly probably not something they would have did if Covenants didn't go the way they did, so. Does an innate damage stack? No. People are line of sighting it or whatever, they're outranging it. You can actually outrange it. Pre-patch might be a little light this time. It sounds like pre-patch to the time between seasonal launch and the launch night is going to have very little to actually do. So I'm a little concerned with that, to be honest. I don't know what the hell we're going to do on this channel while those things are happening. But that's why we got the second channel for leveling challenges, I suppose. But it would definitely be unfortunate if we had to take like a month off of streaming. But like legitimately, I don't know what I would do at launch. Like there's already been an issue with that. And the way I've done it, oh shit. This is a wipe, isn't it? The way I've handled it in the past was to just level a bunch of characters and do the zeros on them. That was good content. But now I don't even really want to level characters anymore, so I don't know what I'm gonna do.
3, 2, 1.
Why are we taking so much? Alright, well that's not great. That's gonna be a big issue for us here. And this guy's not even close to here. What is your opinion on Hawaii? A lot of people seem to hate it. I don't really have any opinion on it. It's a good dungeon. I don't mind it. I imagine this is longer than a 3-minute fight, though, huh? Guys, still nowhere close to. That's gonna be that. That was a pretty bad mistake on my part.
2, 1.
I mean, can we wait for the guy? Like, at this point, I think we have to go. I don't know that if we go now, like, does he die? I don't even know. Valoran, long time no see. How you been? How goes the keys? Not the best start to the day, but this one would have went well if I didn't fuck up. Looks like a completion though. Oh god, I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm playing really bad this morning. Didn't even see any of those. They all just totally snuck up on me there. Probably did again here. No resources. That one death strike is gonna help, alright. After the change, 3 minutes should be enough, we think. Probably not anymore, huh? We do have Bloodlust coming out of the phase though. Gualba face still trucks. Yeah, it's definitely a tough fight, no matter what week it is. But it was those balls that I died to. There's literally 4 of them, and I just didn't even see a single one of them. I didn't even prepare to remove from them.
2, 1.
Just Death Strike. I had no resources. Yeah, that was a problem. I don't think this is a 3-minute fight, though, no matter what. Got some crucial mistakes here, and they were both me, pretty much. Otherwise, we only had 1 death. Well, actually, the 1 death was the Paladin, but I mean, he died mostly because of me. I don't know how he didn't survive that, and everybody else did, but I guess because he was melee and he wasn't expecting it. Yeah, it's pretty much the me getting knocked out the platform is the difference. Well, at least we finished it. 3 death deplete. What the hell? Look at the chart again. You might see something. Although the monk didn't do as bad as I thought he was going to, but yeah. 44k overall, not great this season. With Og as well. The Shadow Priest lost by 56k. No, actually. Yeah, either way, lost by a lot. Yeah, bad Shadow Priests. I'm telling you, man, I'm very confident in saying that. Like, if I look at the damage charts, the Shadow Priest is always a bad pick. But whatever. That's why I'm looking forward to the next season so much, because I think it's really gonna flip the meta thing on its head for pugs. People will stop just inviting these like fucking nonsense picks that make the dungeon harder without even realizing they're making it harder. How does a Mistweaver do that little damage? Because he was a caster, apparently, is what people are saying. I don't know about that. Yeah, Rage Heart is 13.49 million, 15% of it. Which he doesn't like. I don't know, is the other trinket not good or something? He doesn't have that trinket? Guess he just got a healing trinket after that. Alright, that's Monk. I wish Caster Weaver was able to do comparable damage to Fistweaver. Yeah. I don't know how it would. I guess they found a way to make like Holy Priest and Dispriest a little bit more balanced, but if you only cast spells that aren't damaging the enemies as a Dispriest, you're not going to do good damage, you know? It's just how you have to hit things for it to do damage. Alright. Not a lot of keys listed. But yeah, we'll be doing this today and tomorrow, and then we will be on to the beta for Thursday. Hopefully everything will be smooth and we won't have any issues, but I don't believe that will happen, so we'll see. Mr. Rager Gaming, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I don't know that this is gonna go that well though, if there's just a few keys listed. Halls we still need, obviously. Wait, no, we don't even need halls. We didn't even need that key. I didn't realize I had so many 14s done already. Yeah, so we're pretty much like done progression wise, it seems. Not a lot of keys listed anymore. Do you not use Marrow Rend? What do you mean? I forgot to mention about your video with Caster. Wait. Forgot to mention about your video from a couple days ago. Wanted to comment, but might have triggered people in the comments. Well, you're welcome to comment now. What do you mean? I wish they'd do away with Caster Mistweaver and Caster Holy Pally. I think they have. You know what I mean? It's like it's not really a viable option, especially Holy Pally. I don't know about Monk much at all, but you can't really be like a full caster as a Holy Pally. I always had 2 golden rules when making a pug group: no Russians and no Kazakh players. Yeah, I've heard on EU it's pretty bad. I think everybody agrees with that. That's not gonna trigger anybody. Their version of Ragnaros? Yeah, more like Azralan, but yeah. Kazakh is basically Azralan over there. Might be even worse from what I could tell. Used to be on Kazakh EU. Yeah, my recommendation is get off those realms ASAP. I have a fun clip of a toxic Kazakh player typing block caps 1-word replies, branding everyone as idiots and screwing up all the tactics. Oh yeah, send that over. I'll take a look at it. Now I'm a full RP realm enjoyer on Arden Dawn. Nice. Yeah, RP realms are a cool place to be if you don't mind the potential sharding and all that stuff. Especially now that guilds are going to be cross-realmable. I don't know how that's going to work. Are those realms going to be, like, you're going to be able to do that too? Back in Shadowlands? Yeah, that's fine. I'll take a look at it. It's great. Everyone is so nice here. Yeah, no doubt. But you don't really play with anybody from the realm, right? Like, that's the problem. Not like you're only playing with people in the realm. Vlad Guerrero's bat gets stuck in the netting. What the hell? So when is the next NBA game? Just like 2 more days, 1 more day? Wednesday. It's a 4 games. I think this is a 4 games and it's over. Sean, what's up, buddy? Do you plan to play the War Within beta? I have plans to play it this weekend for Mythic Plus testing, if that's what you're asking, yes. I may continue to do some like leveling challenge stuff on there on the second channel, but outside of Mythic Plus testing right now, I have no plans to play it. Once I have free time to start doing some speed leveling practice, I will be doing that and potentially streaming that on the other channel. But as of right now, it's going to be Mythic Plus testing for sure. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be here at all Friday, so we better hope that Thursday goes well. Because if not, I might not even get to test anything. I might try to go like super hard on Thursday. Like we'll start at 1 and then I'll try to go maybe pretty late or something. We'll see how it goes. I have my highest world ranked mythic rating here. Top 250 world. In Mythic Plus though, no, I don't really find any pugs from RP realms. Okay, yeah, fair enough. It's good that there's actually like serious guilds on those realms. Or the people like do they just stop RPing when they do the raids or what? How does it work? I need to buy more of these things. Let's go buy more stuff.
Well then, let us proceed.
This music is totally... I hate this music. Hearthstone has to be set in Goldshire. That's it. Wait, seriously? They RP in the raid. Everyone walks each boss? Really? That's what I was thinking. Like, people are pretending they're raiding as well. Kind of weird. I don't support this. Like, I really... If you're going to ask everybody to come to the raid, you better make sure they're all agreeing that they want to do something like that. Otherwise, that'd be really annoying. Guess I'll just turn the music on and off because that's just not a good song. So much good music in Veldraken and around it. No one I know is actually RPs. Oh, okay. There used to be a time when, like, if you didn't stay within certain parameters, you'd get in trouble. But I guess those days are over, huh? What the hell is this area? I never really did this zone. I feel like I need to do it. Blood DK utility kit and the War Within kit is crazy. Yeah, it's gonna be really nice. Nice, 1.5 gig upload in 15 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty good. Back in the day, if you didn't somewhat interact with runic power, you could be suspended. Oh, you mean role playing? Probably not runic power. I was gonna say I don't think you'd ever get suspended for playing your class poorly. I inspect power lines for a living. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I was listening to your new video in a field walking and I got charged by a bull. I wanted to let you know I nearly pissed my pants listening to your video. That's like a joke? I don't know what that is. Thanks for letting me know. Alright, we got a huge penis. Anybody want to bet on his overall DPS? That's reality. Where do you live that there's bulls in random fields? The bull did not like your take on hero talents. Maybe, actually. You might be right, to be honest. Ireland, they're all over. Oh, really? Huh. That's interesting. Where is this? I don't even know what key we're doing. On top of the tower. I love these little things, man. Below the tank, majorly below the tank. Yeah, I don't think it'd be that bad, but... Would you like to DM me? Would you like me to DM you the link? Whatever. Yeah, whatever's easiest. Email is the best for me, but... Bulls are just male cows, right? Oh, are they? I don't know. I always thought bulls were a different... Like, they certainly don't look like regular cows. Like the mobs, the bulls that you see people like run from in Spain or whatever, those are not cows, right? Those are like wild animals, totally undomesticated. What's the affix combo this week? It is Thundering, Explosive, Necrotic. So that's a pretty tough one. Bulls and cows are cattle. So you're just talking about like a standard domesticated male cow, basically. I thought you were talking about like one of those like ultra aggressive ones that you see people get fucking killed by. Easy combo. Love Thundering, Explosive, Necrono. It's gonna be a tough one, honestly, but... Okay. So you're saying I'll need to turn my monitor back on this week. Bring back explosive? I would actually like that, yeah. But what they just said is that it's clearly never coming back now, right? Like, they're like, we don't want there to be random nameplates or something like that. That's what I thought they were talking about when they said that was explosive. It's like, explosive's been gone, but... Did you see that bull that jumped in the crowd at a rodeo? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I thought we were talking about. Alright, we going? Used to love Lincoln through orbs after runs. Name and shame. Oh yeah. Orbs, I always liked handling it as a tank. It was really fun. Especially on tyrannical weeks. Oh, look at this guy's transmog.
5.
Not too shabby. What the hell is that thing that he has? What is that?
2, 1.
Big Canucks. Okay, that's something from, where did he get that? From the soup thing? Doom, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How the hell are you?
Be wary, champions. My vault is many things, but harmless is not one of them. These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces all. If they see,
Yeah, that was a quick cheat death.
creatures will awaken to urge you from the vault.
Nobody's gonna kick stuff, so a bunch of deaths already. Freaking hated explosive. Oh, really? I never really had any issues with it, but probably because I enjoyed doing it so much that I was probably one of very few people handling it. Only pumpers, no carries. The group leader is for sure a carry, right? Wait, what? Was that the name of this group or something? Yeah, but anybody who says that obviously is not serious about like they're a bad invite. A group I see listed. It's also Ragnaros leader. You should go do that key and record it, man. What the fuck? Or tell me what the... I gotta contact that guy and ask him to wait for me.
1.
The sundered flame has been delving into my vault.
You invited a fourth
They do not
DPS?
understand the dangers within, nor the
That's
power
not good work,
within.
man. You gotta work on that, man. We gotta get in those groups. Need our spies to infiltrate those Ragnaros groups. That's how you pump. Yep. 4D. Oh, wait. I just realized what he said. I thought you meant a fourth player. That does help make the dungeon go faster, yeah, if you have only DPS in the group.
2, 1.
Yeah, apply, definitely apply. Record it, I need it. I'm starving. Funny Mythic Plus dungeons. You should get a screen cap of the actual group listing too. It'll go so much faster that it might even be done on the first pull. Yeah, a very 5-minute dungeon right there. You're gonna go through it quick. That's funny. I find that comical.
Once, my beloved Malagos gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them here. A little garden from me. It looks as though it
I was recording my runs this weekend, but somehow everyone went well and got no funny moments. They'll come. Be patient. They sneak up on you. They know when you need it. Let's put it that way. I've had some of the funniest and craziest runs happen on days when I really needed them to happen. Cheer me up or make me laugh, you know? I have about 80% success rate with Ragnaros and Astrolun groups in the 9 to 11 range. What is the success rate with Tychondrius and Illidan? Because if you're gonna whip out that stat, we should definitely be whipping it out across the comparison. I do not keep that kind of stat, but we have seen very few good players from those realms over the years, comparatively.
1.
Truly stand out, you know, at least obviously there's a lot of players who couldn't just get by with what they're doing, but I think that Azerlon in the previous key, who apparently didn't use Cap Totem a single time in the dungeon.
Beware. 3, 2, 1. Beware.
Okay. Boss time. Here comes the Lemur Valerian. Oh, I can't wait for House of the Dragon. Why did I make that joke? House of the Dragon coming up. I can't wait. Wait, good enough spot. There we go. Maybe a little bit too far.
Beware.
4, good.
3, 2, 1.
Now we got these two. Looks like we're getting the wall. Very good. Haven't really seen too many trees missed recently, so that's nice.
Beware.
Be on this way.
Beware.
Yeah, we got 6 for that one. That's awesome. That's a good one. die to that? Would they overlap it?
Beware.
Boom. 2 deaths. This is a really tough dungeon. It's probably one of the harder dungeons right now.
Beware. 2, 1.
I love the music, man. So calming. Yeah, that was very bad. So we could have gotten more than those 3 people, but it doesn't really matter. These guys are gonna either die or use an immunity here. Both not doing that. The mage had all their time up. Does that not save him from that kind of thing? It won't? Oh, okay. Gotta be careful. Oh, right. It's fucking shitty ass Affix. This is why this Affix sucks so much, man. Because it makes soloing so difficult. All the time is a snapshot of your HP, right? But if you used it there, it would have saved him, no? Takes you 90 seconds to kill that? Yeah, we got this, no problem. Plenty of time. You died? What do you mean you died? Oh, like if you die, it doesn't save you no matter what? Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was like, if you use it, it will save you.
Beware.
I don't know that we can actually do this. This is a fix that really sucks for soloing. Wow, it doesn't even suck, it's impossible. So Purgatory. We actually still have the trinket, yeah. Ah, both are going off, so that's really bad. Probably gonna wipe her now.
Beware.
We have a res. We need to get the healer up.
2, 1.
It's fucking incorporeal again.
Beware. Beware. 2, 1.
If you die, it doesn't bring you back from the Shadow Realm. I thought it was just like, yeah, I thought it was gonna snapshot your HP no matter what. Yeah, alright. We just can't solo this with this affixes. If that guy took the fucking res, we would have been alright. Did I not give it to him, maybe? If it worked like that, it would have been the strongest defensive in the game. I mean, I thought it was, yeah. He declined it. Oh, great. Azralan's a good realm to play with. It's like a heal, you use it, and then when you use it again, it returns to the HP where you would first use it. That makes sense. I thought it just like, after so long, it instantly returns you to that health no matter what. You have to actually use it a second time. Obviously, if you're dead, you can't use it. I was thinking of cauterize that gets in the way that they're able to survive deaths. Okay, anyway, AV 14 disband. If the season is over for you, well, I'm not done with it, I'm just saying. Progression seems to be over. There's not enough keys to make progress on right now. Mage, or Paladin, and Warlock. But no, I won't be playing any alts. Not in the season 4 type situation. I could be asked to maybe do some gearing up of alts though. Like I wouldn't mind having my Holy Pally and my Shaman having a little bit better gear going into next season. I just don't know that I would stream any of that. Maybe at the very end. I have 16 Arcway. I wish. We're gonna use the pre-patch event for all the catch-up gear on alts. Oh, really? Why? What's it gonna be item level-wise? It's better than whatever garbage they have right now. Yeah, no doubt. Let's go. Where do you want to go? This was the saddest season 4 released. They spoiled it with Mop and Kata. There's only been one other one, but yeah. I think it's 490 champion gear. Okay, is that better than zeros and stuff right now? Hey Metro, will we get another funniest viewer key compilation for Dragonflight? Funniest viewer key compilation? Did I actually make those? I think I made one, right? Probably not. I'll probably just stick to doing a disband, end of season disband review. They seem way more popular. But maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe at the end of the expansion we'll just look back at all. Yeah, maybe. Actually, since there's been so many good ones over the expansion, maybe I'll make a greatest hits one at the end kind of thing. It would be a good way to promote the idea of getting more submissions going into Dragonflight's end. Really, War Within launch, really, more so than anything. That's the way you want to start the dungeon. He had to leave. There was an emergency, baby. Who the fuck are you calling baby? This season does seem a little slower than the last. Yeah, no, well, so what do you mean by slower? You mean like activity-wise? I wouldn't say there's less people playing. It's just I think because of the meta situation, it's hard to get into keys for me, and since the season's gonna be so short, we're pretty much like I see the end here. By far the best thing I've seen is the Lemmings and Ruby Light Pool. That was one of the best things I've ever seen, dude. It doesn't have as many keys in general. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, I would say that there's plenty of keys. New Death Knight? Damn, guy. What? Having trouble understanding what you're saying. Sorry. Alright, anyway, we have a full group now. This is going to be not good. Not good with Sanguine is the worst one, I think, right now. Pretty much every single pack has a dangerous mob that you can't afford to get it healed. I had a video for you where we had an Evoker that rage quit. He called us all followers because we wanted to stack on the first boss in Academy, and he's never seen it actually work on the tree. The text is unreadable in the video, really. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily trust that you would, I don't necessarily believe that you would make it up. So if you have the footage and you can just tell me what was said, I can still look at it. I wonder who works with keys more per week, Metro or a locksmith? Probably, locksmiths probably don't have a lot of free time to play WoW, right? Harry was gonna become a locksmith, wasn't he? What happened to that? Yes, heart. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the heart. Who is calling you a baby? He's not calling me a baby. He's calling me baby, like we're in a relationship together.
You are here.
Henrik Azralon.
I welcome
We on that
Odin's
locksmith
rage.
grind? Oh, are we?
Winds are
Wait,
still.
who? Wait, who's on that? Is that me or you?
The worst. The
I could
Tirai,
try. I mean, I've
Scar,
never
and
tried to
Omeir
smith a lock
clans
before, but
must rally to free her and defeat
the
Baldur
chat. Oh
Khan.
shit, getting paid.
Do what must be done
Good, man.
to
Keep
protect
locking
them.
him and
Our
smithing him
combined
because I think this
forces
is a
will
really
meet
valuable profession. A lot of
outside
people get
Nokudun
locked out of their
Hall.
doors and stuff.
I will await you there. Time grows short.
And there's a lot of
The
people
winds
who are
will
just
not
not, like, they don't know how to
reach
use a
them
key.
quickly.
Like, they have the key, it's not even broken or anything, but they just can't figure it out. Hello. What's up? Huge penis? Oh, this is the mage from the last key, yeah. Hopefully he'll do better. Yeah, it guy's fire. Can't get locked out if you never leave the house? That's true. Same warlock as well. Oh yeah, huh. Strange. Very disappointed on the affix changes. Can't believe they're keeping bolstering and sanguine. Is that because you didn't understand what was said in the post? There's only 5 total affixes in that bucket. How did you expect them to get rid of 2 of them instead of just 1 of them? Blizzard finally made ensembles 100% mop done. Let's go. Nice. Imagine Frost Mage and Naka during Sanguine. Well, it doesn't really matter because the mob that is shitty is the one that can't move anyway, regardless of being slowed. The mage's IRL name is Mike. Mike Oxmall. Oh, I get it. Mike Oxmall. That's interesting.
When the winds are still, I will suspect the worst.
Didn't get to see last key. It's a good thing. I didn't. Doesn't really matter. We wiped to the first boss, so it's like irrelevant. If it's a good thing or a bad thing, we don't know.
The proto-dragon Grandin was nearly in our grasp when Balakar's warriors ambushed us. We must
Grip nothing there.
and drive the Nokudun
Unfortunate.
back. When granite's blood soaks the ground, our purposes can align.
Sanguino. See what occurs. Nobody's taking like any damage though. That's good. Just me. Oh shit. I didn't mean to press that button. That mob is actually at it's like full health over there. Alright man. Jew Powth, if you can just show it like the random nonsense messages, I'd appreciate that. No idea what you're saying or even reacting to at this point, but getting kind of strange, so let's move on.
Well done. Keep retaking the weapons. 2 more remain. Beware.
Based on that comment, I'm going to assume that is not possible for you. That's the Joker, Ben Affleck. Where? You're really a big fan of Ben Affleck, huh? Not sure I've ever seen anybody talk about Ben Affleck more than you. Hey Metro, hope all has been going well for you. I hope it has been too. What do you mean? The rest of Drew went crazy on the hots. Look at his mana. Yeah, nobody even really took any damage there. Strange. He had 250k HPS. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody really took any damage there. You would think a pack that big would have a lot more damage taken. I thought you brought him up. Nope. Start kick there. 4 million umbilicus, so we'll take that.
Beware. Beware.
Alright. Thanks anyway, Jew Pouth. If you want to try to come back and communicate like a normal human being, we'll be here in 30 minutes for you.
Beware.
It feels like, yeah, really, it looks like a bot. Somebody who's trying to converse about it. It's just strange that it's a bunch of WoW stuff, though. Like somebody trying to converse, but has no idea what they're conversing about. Like, actually no idea. Like, they don't even know what's happening on the stream when they're talking. Strange stuff. Always kind of makes me a little uneasy. Seen them here before. Oh, really? It's not familiar to me. Shift the source of challenge to the dungeon itself by simplifying a fixed design. That is exactly what they're doing, yeah. What do you mean? They just got rid of one of the major affixes that impacts the difficulty week to week. Can't quite make out the icon. What is bound to your one key? Desk press. Use a macro for Heart Strike? No, I just changed the icon in the folder. If you've never done that, I have a whole video on how to do it. I can never remember the name of it though, but I think it's why is my World of Warcraft icons blue or something like that. It's a fun process and it's a lot easier to do than you might think. Especially if you're not actually making custom icons yourself, if you're just going to take icons that are already in the game and change them. The icon for Vampiric Strike on Sand Lane is Blood Strike. Oh yeah. That's gonna get confusing. Hey Diguino, welcome back. Yeah, you could, Daniel, you could also do it with a macro if you really want to, but it's more permanent doing it like this. Then no matter, like, because if you do it with the macro, then if you track it on a hard, like a weak ore or like something like this, you see how it's changed in this here as well. Is it because you're sponsored by Blue Oral-B toothpaste? No. Never use that shit. What did they get rid of except for fixes? Yeah, I would definitely recommend reading the post, like I said. This is not a post you want to skim over if you're going to be a Mythic Plus player in Season 1 to War Within. That is probably one of the most important things I've ever done in Mythic Plus, so crucial to know and understand what they're doing before the season starts. Especially before the beta starts testing, because everybody needs to be on there ready to give feedback. This is going to be a pivotal time in World of Warcraft. If they're willing to make changes like this for Mythic Plus, then it likely means that they have other big changes planned for the game in the future. Like, I don't think anybody saw this coming, you know? Like, I did not think they were even on task to try to change affixes in such a way that would be fundamentally different. Huge penis, not so huge after all. That's what we said at the start of the last key. As like, anybody want to take some bets on his overall damage?
Destroy and dismantle.
I think something cool they could make with those passive fixes is to not only have one on the same week, i.e. 2 dungeons have thorned. Oh no, they definitely won't be doing that.
Ready to fire.
That's not what the purpose of affixes is. But they can always change Mythic Plus entirely. This is why I hate fire mages. Yes, same. It's just like, again, it's just baiting players into playing a bad spec. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, these changes are going to be awesome because they're going to stop all this. People are actually going to start playing things based on what they like, because they're not going to be able to just fucking play Rhythm Month Reroll and play one thing the whole season and be maximized. Or at the very least, it will mean that people are inviting something other than the flavor of monthly rollers. Maybe people will still do it, but your average group should have more diversity. 95% of people will now play something else because it is better 1 out of 4 weeks every month. I'm not saying they will, I'm saying that the groups will have more diversity. Because right now these guys are getting tricked into thinking that meta picks are the things that they need to invite because they're marginally better than other picks, but in reality these meta picks are actually not even good picks right now. So if they're applying that same logic to the next season, then they'll be inviting the small 5% DPS increase things, you know? And that will give us more diversity from key to key and make the keys way more fun to tank. The spec is more than fine. The player is awful. That's what I'm saying. Every player is awful. I have not seen one guy who actually made me think like it was a good pick. 10% bonuses on affixes aren't going to be enough to make people want to play whatever is the top. Exactly. That's what. Yeah, you guys aren't listening, I think. Give that whole conversation another listen.
3, 2, 1.
What else? Shadow Priest is something like 30% better than most other specs. Not in my experience. That's what I'm saying. We're just talking about the reality of the keys we're doing, not some theoretical spreadsheet that nobody's playing. Whether or not something is theoretically better is irrelevant to what I'm doing. And that's why I started keeping the spreadsheet all those years ago now. Because there seemed to be a lot of confusion about what was happening in the keys. I mean, yeah, just today we had a guy who did 100k less than another player as a Shadow Priest. Flavor of the month fire mages are the worst. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if those people want to still do that, feel free. At least these pug groups will be inviting a more wide range of classes after that. Your personal experience has nothing to do with how good a spec is. We're not talking about how good. Is that a joke? That was maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever seen right in here, man. I've seen some things too. I agree with you, Metro, and I like the changes. Yeah, well, to be honest, they're probably bad changes for the top 1%. So, you know, I can see why people don't like that. I think they found the flavor of the month Shadow Priest. This dude doesn't say anything but negative shit anymore, man. It's kind of getting grating. Not just Metro, I have yet to see a decent mage all season, and Shadow Priest hasn't impressed either. Yeah, I'm glad we agree on that. They've not been impressive. Not enough. Like what I'm saying is, they're not impressive enough to be inviting every key like this. Every key we are in has a Shadow Priest or a Fire Mage, and they're both shit right now. Like, I don't know why people are doing that. So I imagine the reason people are doing that is because they think it's their best chance of succeeding the key, right? But when you have the affixes giving you a small DPS buff over the course of a dungeon, people are going to get tricked into thinking that's even more important than it is. So instead of inviting a fucking Shadow Priest or a Fire Mage, they're going to invite something that is applicable to the actual dungeon's affixes instead. And from our perspective, that will mean we have a more balanced composition, like, spread week after week, and it'll be far more interesting to tank these keys. Because right now it is getting very boring doing the exact same fucking comp every time, and it all sucking every time. It's like basically like a struggle in futility, like how good can we make this comp that's clearly not being played well at this level. You are very optimistic. I mean, that's just what's happening. That's what I'm saying. It's not even optimism. You disagree that people are inviting things that are marginally better based on theory and not reality? That, to me, that's exactly, I mean, that's exactly what's happening in my eyes. In order for Shadow Priest to be 30% better, you need a specific route and comp, which doesn't happen in Pugs. Exactly. Changes are bad for everybody, but that doesn't mean the affixes are bad. Delete the 7 and restore the 4 and everything is great. Yeah, I don't think that's... I don't know. That comment I don't really understand. It makes me think like you didn't fully read what Blizzard said. Don't think that we doing that regardless, but maybe. It's the age of the complaint, so I'm sure you guys can complain loud enough and get them to do whatever you guys want. I'm just baffled, to be frankly honest. It's insane that we're basing how good a spec is because someone is playing it poorly. You're baffled because you're not fucking listening to what I'm saying, so I'd appreciate it if you're not listening to just stop commenting on this shit. Making this discussion harder when I'm talking about stuff very obviously and you're answering like I'm not saying that. Arcane Mage is a really hard class. If they were theoretically the best, ain't no way the success rate would be higher. Because people have no idea what they're doing on the spec. I mean, I've seen more good Arcane Mages than good Fire Mages, to be honest. I think that's what basically the problem at its heart. And I think like Fire is not that much harder, or not that much easier than Arcane. It's probably easier rotationally, but you have to make very good decisions with your DPS from what I could tell. You know, like, yeah, just every pack the guy's third, it's like, I don't know. Why invite that guy? Why not invite something that's potentially like easier to play, like Rep Pally? Especially in this dungeon where we need so many interrupts. And we didn't even lust that trash. I tried to make that so we can lust that trash, but I guess that didn't happen. It's just that the Arcane Mages are Arcane Mage players and the Fire Mages aren't. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, yeah. So now you'll have people inviting people who are like Frost Death Knight main, because that's, you know, 5% better or something like that this week. It should be a much better problem, a much better situation. I am sad the 7 tier affixes are all bad. Yeah, well, right now they're bad because they're compared to easy affixes, but when they're the only affixes, it'll just be the normal and everybody will get around it. Those affixes are the ones they should keep for sure, because they're the ones that impact the key the most and they have the most counterplay. If we're talking about a fix like fucking Necrotic or a fix like Grievous staying, then yeah, I could see why people would be upset, but Sanguine and Bolstering are like, they're very easy affixes. People just don't do them well. So now that they're going to be the only actual challenging affixes, the ones that you have to play around, people will be forced into learning them better. They will now be forced into doing them well. It's the only way you're going to succeed if you do those ones well. It's a very good situation all around. I feel like this is a win-win for everything. And again, you're talking about shit that we don't even know is going to happen. We don't know anything about what affixes they're going to pair with each other, so... Talking about Bolstering with the 20% damage one, we don't even know that they would pair those two together. I'm just shocked that they said they're reducing screen clutter and kept Sanguine. To me, that, yeah, I don't know. That's not... I have no idea what they meant by that, to be honest. I don't... Unless they're literally talking about the mob spawning and having to CC it, I don't know what that even means. That part of the comment I don't really even understand. But yeah. The best specs for Mythic plus Pugging are the least bursty classes, the one with much flatter damage profiles. Right, exactly. Access to damage is tier 1 number 1 in the Pugging world. That's the most important thing a DPS can do, is have good access to their damage. Because then no matter what happens, like if somebody dies or something doesn't go to plan, they're still going to be able to maximize their DPS. Whereas if you pop all your CDs and you get one shot by the mechanic, you've now done 0 DPS on that pack, you know? Those affixes will for sure get tuned. Just 10% won't be enough if it's translated to only 2 to 4% overall. Yeah, I was thinking maybe a 15% buff. I was thinking about that last night. 10 sounds a little bit too low. But I think the goal is not necessarily a massive difference, so they might keep it at 10 too. 30% haste can be completely negated by having a rogue in the group with numbing poison. Potentially, you know. So I'm saying, like, there's going to be a lot of new things to figure out and learn about, so it's going to be very interesting. You can definitely cover that difference on damage with skill and knowledge. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, so the affix is not really going to have that big of an impact on the key. But people who are dumb, like doing pugs, are going to think it's going to have a massive impact on the key. Just like now, right? Inviting a Shadow Priest is not having a positive impact on the key, but people continually do it. So these people are getting tricked into thinking something is happening that isn't happening. And because of that, the reaction to that thing happening is going to be more positive for pugging overall. It's going to get more specs into the pug scene, and it's going to potentially get more non-flavor of the month re-rollers into the pug scene, into the keys that we're doing. And that should yield better results. That's why I'm so optimistic. I'll take a Shadow Priest in every single one of my keys. They freaking cranked, not in the ones we're doing. I mean, we literally just did it before. The guy did the 100k less overall than the Demon Hunter. It's like I want to do it. If I can remember, I'm going to do this. At the end of the season, I'm going to review every single key we finish with the Shadow Priest and compare their DPS profiles to the other specs in the key. Because I guarantee you the majority of them will not be top DPS. This is because you're stuck in mid-level key purgatory? I mean, I'm sure it is, but it's still the reality we're having right now, so. It doesn't change the conversation we're having, I would like to have more success in this range, and because people continually invite these bad specs that are performing, these good specs that are performing poorly, we are not having as much success as we could. So under this new system, we will have more success than we currently do, theoretically. We'll see if that ends up being the reality, but we'll find out together. I wonder if they're going to change Fort Tyran. It sounds like they are, yes. I'm very eager to see how they change them. Hey Metro just logged on to retail since season 1. When did they change Blood DK Mastery? I don't believe they did, but I don't remember every single change, honestly.
Today we use Onara's gifts to free her. We will journey to Nokuden Hold.
I think in Shadowlands it did all damage types, not physical. Oh really? I don't think Bloodshield ever did all damage types, did it?
Today, they will regret that alliance.
Maybe like in the very early days or something.
Desecrated the graves of our first ancestors.
I am the messenger of
Okay, this is going to be the hard part now, with Sanguine especially. Where isn't there supposed to be 3? Oh, there is. Oh, okay. Purgatory. I remember in Shadowland, Blood DK hated Mastery. Well, they made it a lot better with the Gloom Ward and those types of things. Yeah, we're not even going to survive this one. That's not going to help anybody, but I'll take the res. Not sure why that was so dangerous. Did not expect it to be that dangerous. Maybe it was shortly in BFA. I don't think it ever was, honestly, but maybe. That would be very powerful if they had a mastery that was just a flat absorb no matter what. You do that, like the mastery is what it is because it's meant to represent their physical damage mitigation, where most tanks have armor and shields to do that, you know? But Blood DK only has the mastery. Effectively. I wonder what time early access will start. Early access, you mean the Mythic Plus testing? It says 1 o'clock, 1 Eastern. I don't think like the servers are going to be down or anything like that. It's just when they're going to launch the key guy. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about. You said on that Thursday. I thought you said on this Thursday. Yeah, they said that too. That's 3 Eastern, same time as launch night. You get anything good from the ball? Not really, no. I got a small upgrade, but. Alright, there goes huge penis. Why are they in S tier? See, look at this. We got all this shit we're talking about. There you go, right here. That's wild, man. Blood Shield did 100% of your HP each death strike on that pull. Yeah, it's crazy big now. It's actually your top healing now. Whatever 2014 was, Blood Shield was all damage types. Whoa, really? That's crazy. When was that? 2014? That would have been WAD. So in MOP it was like that too, or did they change it for WAD? Instead of running in 1 by 1, they should have waited. Yeah, that's impossible. You're never going to get people to do that, but that is the number one. That's the number one thing that people can do to make their lives easier. When they wipe, is to stop. They should regroup and all go together. I'm 524 right now. And that's with the fucking 483 trinket on. Problem with metaspecs is people usually go play with it thinking it will perform by itself, so you will get more dumb people than good ones. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the whole conversation we just had, all in a nutshell, one statement. Alright, that guy's definitely going on the sheet. What's the eye level cap for season 4? 528. You can get a couple 535 items, but not many. Fire Mage isn't S tier for its damage. It's S tier for, I guess, utility and defensives, which require the player to use them. Right. Agreed. Yes, we're all on the same page there. Remember to change to week 8? Oh yeah, I didn't do that for any of these. Fuck. Okay, good catch. Thank you. That would have been bad. I would have done a lot of keys like this. So it's fortified, corporeal, and sanguine. Okay, document that one. I will admit I am an incredibly average Shadow Priest, but I know mechanics. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the thing about the utility is that they don't really have a lot of it for a pug setting. The utility can be very good, but it's only really good in certain niches. Like in that dungeon, we don't need Mind Soothe anywhere, right? Or Mass Dispel anywhere, I don't think. So those things bring no value to that key. Whereas more traditional utility like AoE stuns or Bloodlust or, you know, stuff like that, they're going to be useful in every single key you do, no matter what. No shot, I'm taking time off for early access. It's just questing in normal mode dungeons. Oh yeah, but you're in West Coast, right? But I was gonna say you'd be home an hour after it launches anyway at times, right? Just take a half day or something. Yeah, it's really strange. I have no idea. And apparently you're not even able to do professions. Do you want to know why that pack did so much damage? Sure. I don't know about dungeons, man. It's really weird. The whole process is really strange. I don't know why they're even doing it. Obviously to make money, but like besides that, I don't know why they're doing it in 4 days. Yeah, 45-second kick also hurts pugs. Range in general have that issue. That's just not Shadow Priest alone, but theirs is bad. There's no doubt. Okay, what key is this? Oldman, good. I would hope dungeons, as they seemed required. Yeah, no, normal dungeons are definitely in the game, but all of the birds and one of the mobs aren't dead.
Have you and Maratos made contact with the holdout Drakthir settlements? Any news of Desrin?
Die green circle increases damage, undead damages by 20%. Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something that happened in that specific key, because obviously I do that pull all the time. Like I said, I was overwhelmed by the damage there. I didn't expect it to be that dangerous for some reason. You let them stand in the circle? Oh, really? I guess I never knew that mechanic existed then, because I never moved them out. I ran into an Earthen Druid NPC in a follower dungeon. Maybe a sneak peek at our next Druid race. Maybe. So what, like, whenever they do the green circle, you have to move all the mobs away from it as well as the people? I'm not even sure what circle we're talking about, I guess. You're talking about the one that takes forever to actually like go out? I mean, I guess most of the mobs are in that, but we haven't even pulled the extra 3 mobs at this point. Couple of them are in it though, yeah. No Shadow Priest or Mage? Yeah, maybe. We got a Paladin. That's a good comp for this one. It was the birds cast that killed us, not that. Oh, there's Rocksteady. He was on her. Yeah, those guys were bad.
5, 4,
That was not a good,
2,
good invite. I did not know that the Chant of the Dead thing buffs the enemies, honestly. Yeah, thanks a lot for the invite, man. I appreciate that.
To reclaim our legacy, we Aspects must restore the powers we relinquish to defeat death with. Within the depths of Uldaman lies a vault that holds a disc of
Yeah, we were talking about that during the key. You probably weren't listening to the stream during the key, but talking about how that meta is getting people killed, you know? People see it and they jump and they immediately think they're going to be good invites, but like I feel like it's a huge percentage of the time they are not good invites right now. Especially Fire Mage. That one's like you can't even really debate it, but Shadow Priest is definitely more likely to be good than bad, but I think there's a good shot that the ones we played with have not been impressive more consistently. Basically, like, the way I look at it now is, like, those Flavor of the Month specs have to be, like, considerably more valuable, like, in terms of score or something to the key outside of DPS. Because they're not going to do good DPS, these guys. They're just not going to. And if they have the same score as, say, like an Ellie Shaman or something off meta more, then that guy is going to be a far better player because he's going to have a lot more time spent into getting invites and doing keys. A Fire Mage, always. Like, I've never been impressed by a Fire Mage. There was one guy this season who was playing the Flame Strike build, and that was quite impressive to see his damage. But other than that, I haven't seen a single Fire Mage all this expansion that's been worth picking. Now, and it's not even just like to say like, all right, he was 3rd overall. No, like that guy did 180k less than the top damage dealer in that key. Like, man, I don't know. It's just hard to believe. Like doing like 50k less than the average, but doing like really good damage to one target maybe is valuable, but we're talking about hundreds of thousands of DPS different. There's no possible way that the guy's gonna make that up in any type of damage profile. Especially because it doesn't seem like priority damage means good single target, because they all suck on bosses too somehow. I don't know what the fuck it is that they're supposed to be doing, but they're not doing any of it. They've actively avoided the 3 birds in our keys with that big pack. Yeah, can you get them again later though if you don't get them there? I don't know where else you can get them, because they're in the route. That's how I felt playing Repali and Shadowlands before the rework, you know? So miserable. Oh yeah, they were definitely really, really bad in the past. Those days are behind us now, luckily for Rhett. As far as I know, Shadow Priest dots aren't target caps. Top groups just pull around them. No doubt, yeah. I mean, obviously, not a lot of stuff's target capped anymore, but I've seen the good priests. The good priests are out there. We have seen them. Those aren't the mythical fire mage. Like, those guys don't exist in the pugs. They're good priests, but considering everybody acts like it's the best DPS spec by a mile now, you would think a lot, like, yeah, you would think all these mages would, or all these priests would not be losing to all these melee DPS. One question, DK or Monk for the next expansion? Whichever one you like the most. They fly over all the hills. Okay, so even later you can get them? I might stop getting them on that first pack, because that first pack seems way more dangerous. Priests aren't capped, but Shadow Crash only dots 8, so it takes a little bit of time to dot everything. Oh yeah. Probably not have done this order this week then. There's these dispel, please. So we're not getting that. Wait, does Paladin has it, right? Maybe not. Yeah, they have it. This is actually gonna be a real mess with Sanguine. Did this guy already enrage? Oh my god. Alright, this guy's already. So let's just kill these mobs. Just so Sanguine doesn't cause issues. 1 out of 10 fire mages perform as an acceptable level. I would say it's less than 1 out of 10. I would say it's 0 out of 10. Like, I've never seen a fire mage that has been doing good overall damage. There was that one guy all season. That's the only guy I can remember all season. Oh, 0.005 out of 10 or something like that.
Beware.
The big pack is nearly dead, or dead. We don't mind the extra time. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to take it a little bit slower in that area.
Beware.
What else? Let's see. Guy didn't paladin into his dispel? Probably not, yeah. Fire mages only scale up after 16 or 17 because it takes so long for Ignite to ramp. I can imagine that would be the case, yeah. So why are people playing it in these low keys then? They're getting tricked, right? Is that the answer in your eyes as well? They're getting tricked into thinking it's a viable spec at this level?
Beware.
As a fire mage this season myself, the overall damage comes down to which classes you have with you and how much the tank pulls. Right, and that's what I'm saying. So like in a pug setting, you can't guarantee those things. So what's the point of playing the spec? You say because Frost Mage is boring. That's a funny response, because I respect that response, to be honest. Anybody who says I play fire because it's my favorite spec ever, I'll give you that, man. Fair enough. I don't think most people are in that boat. Most people seem to only play whatever they think is the best for their progression, and it's pretty clear that Fire Mage is not it right now. Yeah. So unless you don't care about progression at all, then I think you'd have more fun with Frost than you give it credit for. It's probably boring, but that's a good thing in this case, because it's going to make it a lot easier to play the rest of the stuff that's difficult. I want to learn Arcane Mage. It seems so good. I think it's one of the better specs in the game because it can burst so hard on bosses, and that is so fucking valuable in keys. Having really good single target damage, especially burst inside like a DPS window, it's incredibly good. Give me a little Warlock port, look at that. I started Fire to learn for the War Within. Oh yeah, it's gonna be like wildly different in the War Within though, isn't it? From what I've heard, it's like a whole different spec. Doing a key with a bad AUG feels like a bad... Yeah, like that. Well, that's another thing. We haven't even talked about AUG. They're a lot harder to be tangibly comparing to other specs, but that's... Yeah, that one you can't even be sure on. I feel like that one's a slam dunk too, though, to not invite. The reality is just play what you like playing. Remember, at the end of Season 4, I am confident there will be a Feral Druid that is time 20s. I'm sure there'll be at least one, but... Yeah, regardless, I would definitely just, especially in next season, yeah, this is going to be a lot better now because people are going to be more open to inviting other different comps, which is really nice. Frostfire will be kind of the same. Sunfury will be a bit different, yeah. Feral Druid is ++ still a cat, yep. We like cats. They're cute. Little meow cat. Okay, we're trying to kill this mob so we can move out with Sanguine. Hello, kill it. You gotta move. Good. That's perfect timing in between the cleaves.
Beware. Beware.
What's going on? Oh.
After we get our bearings. Nice work. That frog has been a real pest.
Alright. This patch will not be going out of the boss this week. No shot we're gonna do that with Sanguine.
What's this? That did it. Now let's see what we can find inside.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, probably a good list there, actually. With the new affixes, maybe people are incentivized to have a different DPS character per week. Nah, I mean, most people only care about score, right? It's just gonna slow you down like crazy if you're trying to push. Tyr's mustache is not that marvelous. Oh no. Does he even have a mustache? He's a fucking rock guy. Isn't he made of rock? Being made of rock is cool. I get it. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're made of rock, you can't really be talking about mustaches. Like, that's one thing us non-Rockies have. So you gotta keep us... You can't be taking that from us, you know? Earthens are rocks and they have beards. Yeah, but I'm saying he doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Tyr doesn't. It will not be affecting all the trash mobs, but something people are just not reading the blue post. Yeah, well, we don't know like the actual percentages it's gonna affect quite yet, but it's probably gonna be not a big percentage of it, yeah. It probably won't be anywhere near as significant as people are making it sound like, yeah. But it will matter, obviously. I hate this dungeon, but I love this fight because of the slam and music. Oh, really? I don't like that music at all. Feels totally out of place in the dungeon. Have you had much enhancement shamans this year? I don't know. I don't keep track on actual enhanced versus Ellie, just shaman in general. But yeah, I would say no. I think in... That's too many stacked up. Yeah, I would say no. I think in most cases... I keep not noticing that we have one lost. Anyway, I think in most cases people are Ellie.
Beware.
Bickers, what's up, buddy? Welcome. People are glossing over what stuff Thorn actually does. DPS are going to be killing themselves. Could be. Thorn sounds like the hardest one on paper, but we'll see what the tuning's like. My keys so far were also pretty ranged heavy. What do you mean? Yeah, it's not going to reflect. It doesn't sound like anything like that, so... I forgot to eat frost loot spec those whole times, so I have to go back to the old raids now while you're transmog farming. I was thinking about the enhanced shaman question. Oh, right, yeah. Definitely not as many enhanced shamans. 100% tro tally. What does that mean? Oh, on the web, that add-on, right? Yeah. That's cool. That's a really fun way to play the game, man. I'm probably gonna start doing stuff like that more. Alright, good. That pack could have went a lot worse than that. We still only have one death, so that's really nice. What was that death even on? The boss or something? I think we had a death on the boss, didn't we? Definitely going well so far, I would say. Maybe a bit slow, but I feel like Tyrannical is a lot tighter time-wise than Fortified is in here. With 5 bosses. The Druid died on Vikings. Oh yeah. Okay. With the new affixes, the only one that worries me a little bit is the 30% haste one in combination with raging or bolstering. Yeah, you guys be... I wouldn't worry about combinations yet. Let's see what they actually are going to combine them with. That kind of conversation is just it's just a waste of time. We'll know what they combine it with soon, I'm sure, and then when they do, we can react to that. But raging, I also don't like it. I don't really see why people keep bringing up raging. Do people like not remember raging is only like something that you can't stun mobs anymore. Raging does not make the mob do more damage.
Beware.
Beware.
Metro, what do you think
Here.
is
Look
the
at this
best
guy.
healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Very generous of you, man. Thank you very much. Tyran weeks will be much easier. Yeah, well, if they keep Tyran the way it is, it's going to now be the easiest to fix that, like, by a ton, right? How much of your overall healing does Umbilicus end up doing? Not a ton. A lot of it's huge amounts of overhealing. Like, most times Umbilicus happens, it doesn't get completed. But if you remind me at the end of the key, I'll take a look for you.
Beware.
Yeah, probably a bunch of... Okay, just one death there. I think with the blue post, at the very end, they're discussing on what they're going to do with... Yeah, they're on the fence about it, apparently, so... You can't line of sight those ones, I don't think. Unless you meant from the dwarves themselves, but everybody died from the earthquake. I feel like Umbilicus is easily replaceable if there was a better option. Oh, yeah. I like it too much for me to ever replace it, but yeah, there's no other defensive option in that part of the tree. You can't line of sight the earthquake now. You might be thinking of the other mob type. That white golem can't be line of sighted. I think not a single affix affects bosses. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, the affixes that they kept all have no impact on bosses.
Activating additional defenses.
Which is probably another reason why they did that. I think they're trying to make bosses easier too, but they just didn't explicitly say that, so we were just assuming. They probably see like the same problems we see, where like 90% of the issues are bosses and keys. My only hang up with Umbilicus is the shield is delayed. I wish I had the shield on pull. Oh, that would be overpowered shit. I saw a few days ago you were talking about PSA and Pokemon cards. I used a third-party card grading that sent my cards to PSA, and it took 2 years to get my cards back. Yeah, I looked into that too, and as soon as I saw some people saying some shit about it, I was like, alright, we're definitely not doing that. It would have saved money, but I don't, like, that's not talking about, like, hundreds of dollars of value in some of the cards, so saving fucking $10 on getting it graded is not something I'm concerned with. What stats you go for? Yeah, Verse and Mastery I go for, yeah. If I was crafting an item, it would have versatility and mastery on it. I sent in 12 and paid $8 a card. That's actually pretty cheap though. But yeah, like, was it worth the wait? That's crazy that it took that long. I would be totally unconfident sending cards to a company like that. I was already not confident sending them through USPS. Like, I was like thinking like I was never gonna get these cards back. Oh shit! Oh, walked into like 2 of those. Not worth it, yeah.
Undesirable elements.
Still remember that insane Resto Druid and Black Hold? Yeah, that was crazy. Hard skip to beat there. Yeah, it was a little scary because I didn't have runic power when it happened. What's your opinion on marksmen, or are they non-existent? I haven't seen a ton of marksmen, but Hunter seems like a good damage dealer right now. I'm just overall happy that Storming and Spiteful are removed from the game. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't know which. I don't really have any like issues with the fixes ever, so whatever they remove, I'm fine with. But Storming is very it's hard to play around as a tank, so I'm happy about that. BM seems like a good damage dealer. There are no survivals and marksmans. We've seen plenty. Not as much survival, but marksman. Obviously, Faxi did that key as marksman last week, and he absolutely destroyed the DPS chart. BM are great, but any hunter is better than Fire Priest. Fire Priest. You Melisandre, bro? It's a funny way to put it, though. Fire Priest. All the way from a shy. BM is the last back I want to play. My hunter never liked it. Oh, yeah. I definitely would be marksman if I played hunter. Personally. Still on overall. I pull this area slightly differently. I'm okay. Top IO hunter is marksman. Oh, really? What is the difference DPS wise, would you say? Oh no, it's a team. I get the other golem and that pack to do with the door frame. That pack down there. Seems like that's kind of risky with 2 golems, but probably not. I probably should think about it though, because this dungeon's timer is a little bit tight. Hey, Size, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Is it me, or is Dragonflight the expansion where it gives the most stamina compared to other stats? I don't think that's changed. Maybe, though. It's possible. They did a lot of unique gearing things this expansion. 20k DPS difference between Marks and BM Hunter. Oh, really? You mean Marks is worse? Marks is better. Oh, okay. Oh shit, we didn't mean to. I forgot there was even a mob over there. It doesn't matter. Just one mob, we'll take it with us.
3, 2, 1.
This is gonna be a real problem though up here with Sanguine. You have to be careful for that. You guys are still down there fiddling with that mob. That's not that Curse of Stone. Nothing here. Did they actually kill it? It looks like they actually killed it. Where is it? That's interesting. That's certainly nice. What's going on with this pet? Oh no, they didn't kill it. It's very low though. Just a little space here. Did my interview for my promotion yesterday. I'm apparently currently the lead candidate, but they have a strong candidate Thursday interviewing. Oh really? Did anybody even die there? fucking complain about shit that doesn't even matter. You know you did that slightly suboptimally, right? Sure. Sucks to be told something like that and then not get the position. Yeah, no doubt. Does Hard Strike give more running power per rune? It used to be Heartbreaker talent, right? Which you might not have currently. I don't take it myself anymore. I'd rather them say nothing. That's yeah. You might rather that. That was a big issue for me when I was applying for jobs out of college. So few jobs even recognize you as a human being. Like they forgot that you applied. It seems like between dental school and actual jobs, it was like nobody could actually give me an answer on whether or not I was accepted or not. Like I'd constantly just never hear. Like I applied to probably maybe like 100 jobs over that 2-year span, and I did not get applied. I did not even get no's from most of them. Thunder Scoot, how's the day going? Going well. How about you, buddy? What are you up to? If you pull the other golem with the 2, then apparently that triggers the RP, and you can combine the other half of the room with your last pull. Oh, you mean like this golem down into that set of the other 2? Okay, that's interesting. That would probably be good to do on a non-sanguine week, but there's not a lot of room there, I think. It's funny you recognize that from the last week's keys where we end up getting stunned for 10 seconds because of the RP. Did not expect that. Let's put it that way. It looks like we have plenty of time here. We're going to be slightly overcount, but not by a ton. Still alive somehow. Does sound dope when you get that bone shield charge each time you death grip. That's fucking awesome. That's gonna be so cool, dude. Because on packs like this, it's really gonna be just, you can just grip on CD, you know? Anytime where you can actually interrupt something, it's gonna be so nice. I just got my first job out of the military. I applied to 40 plus places and only heard a response back, positive or negative, from 7. And the job I went with was a guy who reached out to me on LinkedIn. That's, yeah. It's a weird world of interviews nowadays. Alright, 5 minutes for the boss, but no bloodlust. So should still be plenty as long as people don't die. Provided we get everybody down here. Looks like the warlock is not coming. I got lucky getting into IT, and thankfully there's a lot of room for promotion here. Nice. Yeah, it does sound like you got a really nice job, man.
Beware. Lost in the sands.
My education stops at GED. That's the world we live in nowadays, though, man. Like, hopefully employers are starting to see like the value of experience over education. Like, I really, especially in the United States, man, I feel like it's getting a bit silly. You learn so little per dollar you spend on that education that it might as well not even finish it. My life is miserable and I am disgraced. Is that a serious comment? I hope not. Is there any good uses for stone form, Rachel, in Dragonflight? I don't know. I've never had it. Probably. I learned more from YouTube than school. Oh, absolutely. You can learn an infinite amount more. It's probably a good. I feel like this is a really stupid thing to say, but I feel like it's a good comparison. Getting like a formal education is like getting your card graded. If you get it really, if you get really lucky with it, it can be huge. Like you'll never replace the value you get from it. But on average, you're gonna waste your time and money. Stormform is very nice for the birds in Academy. Oh yeah. That fight's really easy with blood, so I wouldn't need it there, but it obviously gets rid of the mechanic.
Beware.
Let's go this way. I had IT jobs before I found out I hate desk jobs and became a tattoo artist. Nice. It's like a nice run. Yes, finally we're gonna get so much score from this. Pay attention to what we get from this.
Beware.
That's where the military came in because they paid for my college. Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, if you can definitely do that, you can do that without feeling like you're not making an investment in your time, then you should. Military is powerful in that way. I don't even know like what your requirements are though. Do you have to deploy in that case, or do you not even deploy when you go to the military for that reason? What are the requirements militarily for you? I've had IT jobs where, okay with that. One of my interview questions for an IT job was, how do you describe the color yellow to a blind person? Oh wow. That's interesting. What the hell is the answer to that question? I've never heard something like that before. Don't have to. They don't understand the concept of colors. That's how I would answer that.
Beware.
But it feels like that's like a really brazen way to answer that question, so I'd probably clam up and panic if somebody asked me that on the spot. But if you're asking me that now in the comfortability of my own stream and house, I would say you don't need to. They don't understand what colors are. No need. Ask if they're born blind. Oh yeah, okay, well, I assume that they would be born blind for that conversation. That's a good point. Alright, we got 20! Bro, we got 29 points from that. 29. That's ridiculous. That's the most. 29 points from that. That's crazy. That's the most points I've ever gotten from a single key, like late in the season. I had no key level. I have not upgraded a key above 10. Yeah, I was waiting for that guy to say something. 29 points from one dungeon. That's wild. I've never gotten that many from a key this late in the season. I also got this trinket, which I don't think is any good, but at least I have it. The Warlock's still complaining. Loses by fucking 56k to the Hunter, and then he's still talking about the tank. Not necessary. It all depends on what branch you are in and what you do. I know for me, I went on a few underways, short deployments, like a month or shorter. I mean, maybe this is a dumb question, but like, were any dangerous? I'm just trying to think like, how many people go into the military and end up getting into situations where their life is in danger? That would be the only thing that would make me question it. But other than that, it obviously seems like a great investment. Warlock's mad he couldn't get max value from his Rains of Fire. I mean, I don't know that he was mad about that. You guys talking about shit that's just like totally irrelevant. Oh yeah, check Umbilicus. $95 million. Almost competed with Deathstrike there. If there's 1 week you don't want to kite, it's Sanguine Week. A single tick of Sanguine undoes and any time saved. Sky Tie was a buddy. Even the Brazil boy hyping you up. Nice tank. Yeah. Check overhealing too. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Does it say overhealing on Umbilicus? I guess not. Doesn't say it. Yeah, Death Strike's fucking 79% overhealing. But yeah, Umbilicus is probably like 50+% over. Switch it to overhealing? How do you do that? You mean an overhealing chart? Okay. No. It still doesn't work. But yeah, it's going to be huge overhealing. Because, like, most of the time, I'm not even taking damage when it goes on. I had nothing. I had an untimed 12. That was my highest key. So we probably didn't even have a 10 upgraded at all. Doesn't it work in the mouse over? Nope. Of course, I always expect, but some get very lucky. If you enlist in the military, you have to expect to deploy, especially in the last 23 years. Last 2 to 3 years. I wish I could have deployed for the experience. Yeah, fair enough, man. I mean, it's a good option, one or the other, it sounds like. Alright, so that just gave us like a full 2 weeks worth of progression in one key, so that's cool. Cannot believe I just got 23 points from that. Or 29 points, that's wild. I was active duty Army infantry during Iraq and Afghan, did 3 tours in 7 years, got out in 2011. Nice, man. I hope you're alright and everything's good for you. I know there's a lot of problems after you come home. Okay, now we're like knocking on the door of 32 all of a sudden. That's funny. What were we before? 3187 minus 29. 3158. So we were barely halfway through and now we're almost... Now we're like 2 keys away from being 3200. $18, wow. Now we just need Nelth 14. That's the only other 14 unfortified. How key's been so far? Not great until we did that key. Then we just got 29 points. So. I was in the 82nd ABN, and I would like to think I'm a normal guy. I just have weird sleeping habits. So yeah. No, we didn't upgrade it now, or double upgrade it now. That's nuts. The 22 keys have already been timed. Yeah, it is pretty nuts. Have you tried any more of the beta? No. ABN is airborne, getcha. So that means you have to be like born with a like feathers, or you're a bird or something. Well, cool. I jumped out of planes. Oh yeah, and since you're a bird, you can just do that without problems. Well, that's cool. You have to be born in an airplane bathroom? Is that a thing that happens? What the hell? Would they let a pregnant woman on a flight? I guess so. I wouldn't go if I was them. SkyTit says LOL. What does that stand for? Is that a Twitch emote or something? Lots of laughs. Oh, League of Legends. I've heard that. Me and Harry played that, yeah. Complete opposite for me. It was submarines. So what, you jumped from the airplane into the submarine? That must have been difficult. What nationality would you be if you were born over the ocean? Nationality. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't think that's what nationality means, right? Is Harry still boycotting WoW? I haven't talked to him since all that happened. I have no idea. Anyone know what the highest level key ever cleared was in WoW? Nope. You're lucky a DK didn't give you water breathing when you jumped out? Yeah, that's not really going to happen in the real life, I don't think, but you're right about that. $34 junkyard in Shadowlands? Oh wow, really? If you are in or over international waters, you gain citizenship of your parents. Oh, really? Can't believe we finally timed Ultimate. Yeah, that's crazy. 29 points. It's just lucky enough to find a key that we can get score from at this point. That Shadow Priest is going to blast. 3250. Named Swagtastic. I believe it. Let's see. Give him the benefit of the doubt. $36 was done in Shadowlands. Oh yeah. That was in the Great Push. Oh, okay. Looks like highest non, the Great Push was 35. Oh yeah. How do you even survive a 35? It's a great question. I have trouble surviving the keys I'm doing. The shadow has some high keys done. 15 double upgrade AV. Not that high really, but we'll see. 36 is in the Great Push where the 2 wings of Tazavesh. Oh yeah. Key levels are not the same between patches and add-ons. Yeah, obviously. I missed Tazavesh. It was a good dungeon. I definitely like Streets a lot. I didn't necessarily like the upper side, but that was mostly because of Necrotic and like Sanguine and shit. It was Junkyard. No shot they did 36 Streets. Oh no. You know I've never played retail WoW. Only started getting interest through your streams. Oh really? What the hell? How did you even find out about this channel then? I'd love to hear that story. Depleted the 36 streets, but they still finished it. Nice. It's a lot of luck at that level, right? Getting the right key. It was your dashing good looks? I doubt it. It was recommended? I'm not entirely sure. Oh, okay, you don't remember. Well, no worries. I always like hearing the origin stories. Obviously, it can be insightful too, so I know what to do better. Five people, 5 different keys. A lot easier when you're playing with friends. No doubt, you're right. Especially if you can re-roll them. It's a good point.
Be wary, champions. My vault
Alright,
is
we doing
many
this key or what?
things, but harmless is not one of them.
I don't even need this key. I was just gonna do it
These
for fun.
whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat.
If you want old cards but not too expensive, the black and white era of cards is nice
If
for
they see you, all
the Primes
nearby
cards.
creatures
Oh yeah,
will awaken
I might
to
take a look at
purge you
that.
from the vault.
I'm probably just gonna, like, I don't have a ton of money to invest in all this stuff, so I've already spent like a couple hundred now on the 151s. I'm probably done after this. I bought a bunch of stuff, so I'm done now. Whatever I get, I get. Now I'm gonna sit on it and try to, you know, sell on eBay for what I can, and continue to acquire more money from that. And then you know, down the road we'll put that money into maybe that Team Rocket set that everybody's going nuts about. That sounds like that would also be very collectible. So depending on if it's actually like 151 cards or not. If it's a bunch of cards from, I don't know, I just don't feel like a lot of people care about the new generations.
4,
But that might just be my bias speaking there.
1.
I look at these Pokemon and I'm like, I don't even know what these Pokemon are. Like, they don't even make sense. Some of them don't even look like Pokemon.
My vault is many things,
I don't remember the names of any of those for examples, but it was really strange when I looked at the new cards. I guess the new card sets still have the old Pokemon in them at times, but yeah, it just seems to me like it would be a lot easier to just collect old cards, as I recognize the Pokemon and understand what ones would be more valuable. Hey, there's Arno. Dream goes from babies born in international airspace to Pokemon cards in 3 minutes. Arno's here, man. Yeah, we're getting big into Pokemon cards, man. I'm really getting a little addicted to it, to be honest, so we'll have to be careful about that. It's feeling a little bit like gambling, and I definitely could see myself having a gambling addiction if I had more money. But you can't have a gambling addiction when you're broke. Yeah, I would never go to a casino just for that reason. I know it would probably attract me too much. Earthen, Paladin, and Warrior are going to be sick. Oh yeah, the Paladin, I can't wait to see the mount. I think I've maybe seen it already. It is straight gambling, yeah, pretty much. Just way lower stakes gambling. You pretty much always get some kind of return. Have you been to Las Vegas? Nah, I've never left the East Coast. I went to California once and that's it. Watch your wallet. Nintendo knows how to make people spend. Yeah, that's what we were saying. I'm cautious. I think after this last purchase, this round of purchases, I'm done. Like, I think I'm gonna like feel like I'm done too. I don't feel like, unless somehow the channel starts like blowing up or something like that, and it feels way more attractive to buy and open cards. I don't have any reason to keep buying them. I've gotten a lot of the cards I already want, so there's only a couple super rare ones that I want, and those I'll probably not get. So I'll just end up buying those as singles, and that'll be that. What part of California? Oh, I went to BlizzCon, so Irvine. Convention was in Anaheim, and Irvine was where we touched down at John Wayne International Airport. Honestly, one of the most underwhelming experiences of my life going to California. I thought it was going to be like awesome. I thought it was going to be like New York City, but hot. And it was the biggest waste of time I've ever had exploring New York City. I liked blackjack. Oh yeah, that's definitely it's a hard card game. I used to play this MMO called Entropia Universe. The game is Realm World Cash Economy, Real World Cash Economy, I guess. The loot system is based off a slot machine. Oh god, I'm surprised that kind of stuff's legal. I'm a gambling main. Yeah, seriously. I used to want to go to Swag District. Can't think of somewhere I'd like to visit less now. Yeah, definitely don't go there now. This was in 2018 before everything went fucking crazy there. But even like, it doesn't even matter. Like, it was the biggest thing that was so disappointing to me. Everybody lives in this picturesque, gorgeous place, and they all seem to hate it. Like, we're driving, and it's like 70 degrees out, and they have the air conditioning on. It's like, bro, it is 70. It's perfect. This is gorgeous. It's the best weather you can get, and you have the AC on. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, this is disappointing, man. I really am disappointed with that. What's a good area for a first-time United States visit? Northeast Pennsylvania? Come on over. We could travel to Philly and New York City if you want and see it all.
Beware.
But I mean, you'll probably want to go somewhere to see actual sites. There's not really any sites here, but you can see some rustic wooden Pennsylvania if you want to see some really beautiful landscapes. Maybe there's not, I don't know. I think Belgium has like a lot of mountains and forests, right? So you've probably seen it, but I know a few people have come to Pennsylvania from flatter areas or areas of the world that don't have a lot of mountains and stuff. Yeah, if you want to go to New York City, you should come here first, and then it's just a short trip to New York City from here. Colorado took my breath away. Yeah, like there's like Colorado, the Colorado River, anywhere near the Colorado River is probably one of the nicest things to see in the United States. Oh, okay, Belgium doesn't have mountains and stuff? All right. Yeah, because it's a coastal country, right? So yeah, dude, if you actually come here, I will show you some of the most beautiful shit you'll ever see in your life, man. There's some gorgeous areas around here, and I only recently started finding out about them. The last year I've been on like a journey of fucking rediscovery of this area, and it has been really nice. I like New York too, but that was a few years ago. The city I haven't been to since like 2015, I think. I went to New York last Christmas. It was by far my favorite place I visited. Oh yeah. Yeah. We talked a lot about your trip last year. I remember that.
Beware.
Have you ever traveled abroad? Nope. Never left the country. Oh, what the fuck? How'd that happen? We only hit 2 there? That was really bad. Wisconsin is the best place to visit? Really? Why? That's a new opinion. I haven't heard that opinion. Best by a mile? Really? What's in Wisconsin?
2, 1.
Is that just where you live?
Beware.
In New Mexico. I'd love to go to New Mexico someday. What about Florida? That's probably not a very good place unless you're going to like one of the tourism traps like Disney or something. Or you're like going to a beach or something maybe. Cheese curds and Culvers, that's all they got in Wisconsin, yeah. I think it'd be very bad at reading the room in the United States. I'd probably walk down a sketchy street and get mugged. A lot of people like talk about the crime in the United States. At least where I live, there's no crime at all. And I think in New York City, it can be bad, but realistically, there's so many people in the city, even the cities around here, that unless you like are just super unaware of where you're going, like the people are too busy to be like, you know what I mean? Like there's too many people. There's too much going on for there to be crime. Like you can't get mugged in the middle of New York City in broad daylight anymore, I feel like, because there's just too many people with cell phones and shit. It's not like it used to be. Florida Keys are gorgeous. Yeah, like if you're going to a vacation spot, I'm sure Florida's a great spot. But if you're just going to sightsee, probably not a ton down there, unless you like swamps. New Yorkers are ruthless though, yeah. If I ever go to the US, I'll bring you some legit good Belgian beer. Oh, I'd love that. Oh, we'd have so much fun, man. That'd be so cool. Isn't the National Guard in the subways? I don't know, maybe. Southernmost point in the US. Oh, I'm going the wrong way right now. Southernmost point in the US, 50 miles from Cuba, right? Swamps? I mean, is that like, what is the most like geographically significant landmark in Florida? Besides like places where people gather, like beaches and stuff. Like if you wanted to go sightsee, like if you wanted to see the Eiffel Tower equivalent of Florida, what would it be? I assume it was like the Everglades or something.
Do be on the lookout for the growth of extra appendages.
I'd say the mile-long bridges going towards the Keys are quite nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. You can actually drive there, right? Golden Gate Bridge, yeah, that's California. That's a good one to see. You're like feet from the water. I have to take it. I have to look at a picture of that. That sounds really cool. I guess I've never seen that. I went on like a swamp boat when I visited Florida with a big fan. A big fan of yours, you mean? Or that's cool. I didn't know that you were famous. Walking the Brooklyn Bridge at night was beautiful. Oh, really? The cool thing about New York City, and I don't know if this is like this in Europe anywhere, but the cool thing about New York City is like every single step you take takes you within range of 1,000 different things in that city. Like you can easily walk from one side of the city to the other. It's going to take a long time, but you can do it. And you can see so many different restaurants, so many different like museums, art, like murals around the city. Like it really is the most cram-packed walkable area ever. And then that's what makes me love New York City, even though I almost never spend time there. But yeah, if I was gonna go to New York City, I would want to find some way to drive and then get like dropped off in the city and then just navigate it on foot. I don't know how you would do something like that nowadays, but that would be what I would do if I was gonna go there. Have you seen the Chinese clone of Paris? No. If you want to experience all types of weather with weather-related activities, West Virginia or Washington State is perfect. Oh yeah, like you can go to a beach and you can go snowboarding or something. In Europe, it's probably not like that, but we take pride in the history of the buildings we do have. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I said that, because I feel like there's probably a lot of historical things to see in Europe, not necessarily as much like you know, functionality, like not as many restaurants and not as many other stuff like that, but it's probably way more historical sites. A castle in Ghent, where I live, was built in the 800s. Holy shit, that's crazy. See, that kind of stuff I would love to see too, man. I wish I had money for traveling. I could see myself being a world traveler if it wasn't for flying and prices. If I was able to somehow get to Europe without having to fly there, I would definitely go. That's just too goddamn expensive. And too much time taken in the flight. It's crazy though. One of one. Paris, really strange. Not the only city China's copied. Yeah, they're weird over there. Europe is about the architecture and history. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The train is the easy way to get into the city without driving. Yeah, there's just no connection. We talked about this. You and I talked about this. And this is what set me down this path last year, was hoping to try to find a way to get to New York City without having to drive to there. If there was a train that connected my town or anywhere near my town to New York City, I would go constantly. I would literally just go to get pizza and come back. But unfortunately, to my knowledge, there is no, like, the closest train is 2 hours away, which is the same distance of driving to New York City. So there's no reason for me to do that. Yeah, Philadelphia was the closest. We looked at that last year when you were telling me all about it. Where's the exit? I'll turn it around. I was gonna say you gotta give us an NYC Dave Portnoy style reviews. If I could get to New York City regularly, I would literally just do nothing but go there to eat pizza. Like, you have no idea. I've become like a pizza fanatic recently. It's crazy. We're planning an Ireland and England trip next year. I think when we do want to stop for a few days in DC. Gotcha. You travel to DC first, is that what you're saying? Man, New York hot dogs, bro? Oh, really? Is there New York hot dogs that are famous as well? I'd love to go on a train, though. I don't know, maybe, do you guys, like, okay, so you travel on train, Griffin. Is there motion sickness issues? Like, do you have motion sickness issues, first of all? And if there is, if you do you feel like a train would cause motion sickness? Like, this is the big problem for me when driving. Even if I'm not driving, I basically am just sitting there doing nothing for all that time, because I cannot do anything other than look out of the windows when I'm driving without getting extreme motion sickness. Like, if I was to look at my phone for even like 10-15 minutes, I would have insane motion sickness. So I cannot Like, driving sucks. Fucking sucks. Because you're just sitting there bored out of your fucking mind for 2 hours. Like, we went to that baseball game. It took 2 hours yesterday, and it was like, it wasn't a very pleasant experience. Even though I drove. At least if I drive, it's more enjoyable because I'm focused on driving. But when I'm not driving, I better have something to listen to because I can't do much else. My wife gets really bad motion sickness, and she didn't feel any. Oh, really? I would hope so, because if I can take a train and I can just, like, you know, play on my phone or even, like, bring a laptop or a book or something like that, and I can just pass the time that way, it would feel like a total great investment of my travel time. I get worse motion sickness as a car passenger than when riding a train. Driving a car is no problem at all, though. Yeah, driving for me, no problem. Because you're staring at something. I think that's, like, how you fix motion sickness, is you just stare at something. That's how I've always done it. But it's whenever you're staring at something that's not moving that I get really bad motion sickness. So if I was to have my laptop or on my phone or something like that, it would be really, really bad. I would probably throw up. If you can handle a bus ride, a train is similar. I don't know that I've been on many bus rides either. I took a couple bus rides to New York City when I was young. This guy my dad used to know, he used to organize trips, but I don't remember. Like, I don't think I even had a cell phone when we went to them, so I don't remember any of that. But yeah, if there was a way to basically transport myself places without being unable to do things, like, because I could, like, legitimately bring my laptop and get work done, like, you know what I mean? Like, I probably wouldn't be able to make a video or anything like that, but I could definitely reply to comments and research stuff for videos or something like that, you know? Can you stream War Within beta, please? No plans to do that right now, but we will definitely be doing that Thursday when the Mythic Plus testing begins, so stay tuned for that. If you buy a Steam Deck, you can play WoW. Well, I don't know that I would have internet. I don't know how that part works. But yeah, regardless, yeah, if I had the ability to use technology while traveling, it would change my whole approach to traveling. If you could choose one superpower, it'd be teleport. If I could choose one superpower, it'd be teleportation rather than flight. Teleportation is safer, right? It's just a way better way to travel. I think I would agree with you. Just somehow super fast, one way or the other, regardless of what it proliferates as. Because everything in life is about time. Like, time is the biggest currency in our lives. No matter how young you feel, you always have a limited currency of time. Even if you just look at it from a day-to-day perspective. But if there's things in my life I want to get done, then I only have so many hours, you know? What if you teleport yourself into a wall? That would be a terrible use of your superpower. I think you can only teleport to places you've already been, though, right? Like, is that how it works? Has anybody teleported IRL? I don't know how it works. Teleportation didn't work out so well for the movie, the kid in the movie Push. I don't know what that is. Beta servers are down till 3 p.m. PST anyway. Oh, really? That's Jumper. You gotta find a nice mage to hook you up with the portal. Right, that's what I'm trying to find, yeah. Where's that? I can move it. Beware. I'm not gonna do it though. I should have did it in the first phase. Maybe the New York Institute talent will be implemented for Blood DK. Maybe. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Should have did it in phase 1. I'm fortified. I need to make sure I'm doing that in phase 1 as well. Crazy how the ISS circles the Earth in like 90 minutes. Oh, what is that, ISS? In school suspension. International Space Station. Oh, okay. Astronauts do science there. Oh, that's fun. We like science.
I do not blame her. I should have thought of her before I left. This door.
Yeah, Jumper did not do well.
Sense a breach.
I remember that movie when we were young. It had this like Irish actor that this girl was trying to get with at the time was like super like, oh, she was like swooning over them, and I felt like so out of place. So I was trying to take her to the movie to potentially grow our connection, and all she's doing is talking about how hot the actor is. I was like, oh god, it's not going well. Unlucker. Works for me. I won't be home till 5:30 anyway, and I'm going to my parents' house for dinner. Nice. Wow, kid, though, what are you up to? I didn't even see her. Anybody see the new Mad Max movie? No spoilers, but overall thoughts. I didn't see it now. All I know is Mad Max Scherzer. That's it. Just got called a Lifestorm cheater. People are really weird. I'm so excited for that movie. What? Jumper? It's been out for a while. Are they making a new one or something?
3, 2, 1.
Oh, Mad Max. Got it. Not seen that either. Going the wrong direction. Bestial Roar.
3, 2, 1.
This guy's all caps spam whenever he gives you the spell. How many times have I gotten that? I noticed it one other time. Have there been times that I haven't noticed? Probably only gotten it 2 times in the whole dungeon though, knowing Resto Druids.
2, 1.
Missed a little swaglet. Oh. Didn't even see that. I think it was only how the Og die of all people. What's the level cap in current WoW? 70 right now, 80 in a couple weeks. In like 12 weeks the new expansion is gonna come out. And when it does, the new level cap will be 80. I've only been playing WoW for a year, and I didn't really understand why so many people dislike Kata. Kata is the worst expansion ever in my eyes. The #1 reason is because it removed an enormous amount of stuff from the base game that is no longer accessible. And this is the biggest mistake they've ever made in this game's history in my eyes. A lot of it is now collectible and things that you would really, really want if you can go back and get it. But it's not possible to get. Now, to their credit, they are slowly adding some of the stuff back, which is great. But unfortunately, the damage has been done. Most players won't ever get it now. They redid the old world and removed tons of old content, yeah. Right, like pretty much every quest in the game was changed, and the quests that they replaced them with are nice, but they're not the same.
What is she hiding?
Yeah, still couldn't get it. Oh, that's not how you do this. Shadow Priest, ladies and gentlemen, managed to use their utility so bad it wipes you. Although we're probably gonna be alright here. These really aren't as dangerous as people make them sound. You finally timed Uldaman? Yep. That guy's 2300, by the way. 2270. Like, what? Am I missing something here? Did he think I think maybe he thought I shadow melded them off or something? I don't know what he thought happened there. I'm leveling in Kata. The vanilla zones are awful with the exception of Daenerys. Yeah, they're way worse. There's not really any that I would say is definitely better. Some are alright. Like I like some both, but never one is better than the other. Makes sense. As a new player from an era server, I really enjoy Kata. Oh yeah. But did you play Classic? Like actual vanilla Classic?
Did she send you? Enough! Freeze! Her secrets will be mine!
However, the raids were fun and PvP was amazing in Kata. Right, yeah, but I mean, it's you can say that about every expansion, right? I mean, PvP is never good, but the raids are always going to be fun, and the Mythic Plus and stuff and later expansions is always going to be fun no matter what. I did not. I would have only been 13. No, I mean, like, you're talking about playing Kata Classic, right? I'm talking about playing Classic, like, you know, like the modern version of Classic that is available right now. Okay, but so you played the classic version as well, right? So how would you compare Kata to that version? Like, this is an interesting topic because I don't really know many people who have never played either and are now playing both from the new relaunch of them. So I'm interested to hear because even during actual Cataclysm, there was already people playing private servers for Classic. That's the first time I played a private server for Classic was during Cataclysm. Because everybody immediately realized like how much better Classic was than Cataclysm in terms of like the world design at that point, and there was already a call for it. Is there a large overarching storyline across all WoW versions, like the Horde vs. Alliance plot advances or something? Historically, no, they haven't done the game story like that, but it does look like in the next few years they are developing story like that. They're calling it the World Soul Saga. And it's going to take place over the course of 3 expansions, like 5 or 6 years of real time. And it seems like every single story branch is now leading into one ending point. And on top of that, they look like they're also trying to finesse all the old stuff into one like point as well. But like for reference, something that happens at the end of Legion, which was 4 expansions ago, seems to be extremely relevant to the World Soul Saga. But that was Legion, you know what I mean? And then like a bunch of shit happens between now and then. So it's like almost like they didn't plan on it that way, you know? It's like they're just kind of retrofitting it. But there is a bunch of really, really good lore in this game. And I think, especially if you sit down and read the quests and really get involved in the music and the characters, it's, yeah, nothing better than WoW story in that way. Classic was great and I loved every minute of it, but I can never imagine myself farming runes in Felwood again. Farming runes? You mean like the things that give you mana or something? Classic's a great solo experience and a great casual game. I would never play it as anything other than that at this point. Diguinho, the Rogue is a streamer from Brazil. He's a nice guy. Oh, okay. The name sounds really familiar. I don't know. Must have played with him already. Is he a popular streamer? Like a big guy or? Plays a 3400 tank. This is his all, I guess. Shadowlands connected a lot of events. They just did it badly. It had the potential to be the most important story ever done, yeah. I think they did it. They didn't necessarily do it badly. It just, the expansion itself was one that a lot of people didn't like. I really liked how the jailer was like hugely connected to Arthas. That was really, really cool. But I'm obviously a big fan of the Death Knight and Arthas storylines.
Beware.
Did all the raids in Classic and the best experience. I went, and the best expansion. I went to Wrath for a bit. It started late and Kata was right around the corner. Now in Kata I enjoy the content, but not as much as I did in Classic. Alright, yeah, so you're pretty much in the same boat that everybody else is in. Classic is just the best version of those early expansions, and then pretty much until MOP you have a weak product that's kind of getting more and more diluted. So if you're going to play something that's not Dragonflight, I would definitely just stick to Classic, and Classic Era is popping up right now. A lot of people are re-rolling on this realm that has almost no, like there's no players on it who have progression. So they're able to basically look at it as like a fresh server, which I don't really care for, but I know a lot of people do. I just look at it as something that people used to do called Project Reroll, where they would all just re-roll new characters and all play together from the ground up. I like that idea way better than just saying fresh server, like making all these weird rules. But yeah, either way, Classic Era is where it's at right now. If everybody wasn't playing Horde on there, I would totally be leveling on there. But I have no interest in playing anything other than Shaman at this point. Or Paladin. For any type of endgame content. I think Classic is the best version of WoW. It's the best version of an MMORPG that WoW has, no doubt, but Classic's endgame is absolutely abysmal compared to Dragonflight. There's no real repeatable content to do there. And it's all ultra easy, like super fucking easy compared to Live WoW. Even compared to Kata. Kata's rating is actually quite hard, I think, so.
We could not stop the growth.
At least you have that going for you there.
I placed him in stasis until I could find
My guild in Classic is actually falling apart, and most of them are moving to that realm. Yeah, that's the other problem that sucks about Classic, is there's this like weird FOMO, like it's really weird. It's been this way ever since private servers. I don't think people truly enjoy the full content gambit of Classic. They just simply like leveling, and they are so enamored with the idea of leveling when a bunch of other people are leveling that they constantly demand for everybody to kind of have their progression invalidated. And that is a big issue, because it causes you to have a lot of, like, if you don't play super actively when these things launch, then you just fall behind to a state where you'll never really catch up. And then, you know, like a year from now, everybody's going to be re-rolling anyway, so. But yeah, that's why I just say, like, Classic, perfect, just solo experience, just chill, do the content at your own pace, and whatever you can do while doing it is perfect. I actually like the increased difficulty in Kata, which makes me want to try retail, but it seems a bit overwhelming. It'll definitely be overwhelming, no doubt. But you've come to the right place, man. I'm happy to help you. If you have any questions, just let me know. Alright, well that's an upgrade, but not one that we actually needed for score or anything. Let's see what else we got out there. Get some 15s. I just want to see these epic looking cutscenes sometimes. Because I see these epic looking cutscenes and I wonder if the story is good. Honestly, the cutscenes are like the actual cinematics, like they're huge cinematics, are the best part about WoW. The story is never going to live up to that because it's just story, you know what I mean? Like when you have quests, there's other people interfering with you, enjoying it. Like there's a lot going on in the game that makes it hard to enjoy the story at times. But if you can get it like in its purest state where there's nobody interfering with you, everything's going well for the quest, you're enjoying doing the quest as well on top of the story. Yeah, there's no game that does it better in my eyes. But unfortunately, like, it's a better single-player game in that way than it is an MMO. What's the best way to farm Flightstones? Flightstones are kind of like bronze and mop remix. They just come from everything, so... Other than grinding mobs or something like that, yeah, just whatever content you want to do will get Flightstones. I don't know if there's like a high Flightstone per hour thing, but like, you get enough that you're never really in too big of a concern with it. Lots of quests give them, and doing Mythic Plus where someone gains score, you get a bonus. Oh yeah. Just play whatever content you want, you'll get the Flightstones. Yep. Out of 14s, but that's it. My intro to WoW was very strange. I actually obsessed over hardcore for a bit and then moved my carry to classic era. Yeah, there you go. Hardcore was a very unique experience, but I never really liked it. I do not like the idea of the character dying and then deleting it. That's just not WoW. But I could see why a lot of people liked it. That's just a leveling challenge in my eyes, though, which I do all the time on my second channel. Playing characters in unique ways is very engaging. Well, what the hell is that thing? That looks crazy. Some PvP mount. I liked hardcore, but I got bored of the leveling. Leveling in 1x Classic is tough to do over and over again. See, what is that? It's like a face shield on that character. 1x Classic is not for me anymore. I don't think I have the time for it anymore in my life. But Classic, the content, if you can just see it, you kind of like sight see it, it's really, really nice. That's why I made my own private server for that. Just to be able to experience it in a better way, in a way that's more expedited. Yeah, there's cops here. 220 hours. How many? Let's see. 220 divided by 24. Oh god, it took you 9. Okay, that's pretty long. That's a lot longer than normal. Although if you're talking about on hardcore, maybe that's more obvious because of the time you have to spend doing suboptimal content. Usually 7 days played is average, but I'm pretty sure you can easily get that down now, especially if you're on a realm that's not super populated. I think I did it as like, I think like the fastest I ever did it before all the new leveling tech came out was like 5 hours and 50 minutes or something like that, like just under 6 days, or 5 days and 50, whatever. 5 days and like 23 hours is what I mean. Did 0 to 32 in hardcore and then died, and then did 32 to 60, yeah. I got bored of having to mob grind when I run out of quests. That's what I'm saying, yeah. That shit's garbage. Like, I can't do that. I don't have time for that anymore. If I'm gonna grind, I'm gonna grind the whole way, and that's just not something I have time for anymore. I have a friend who wants to start playing WoW with us, Mythic Plus mostly. Any advice on getting him into the game? I've never been good at it. No, everybody I've ever shown the game has not liked it in real life, so. No advice. Just encourage them to take their time and enjoy it at their own pace, but they have to want to play it. Like, it's not a game that's going to grab you without you having some interest in wanting it. It's not like fucking Candy Crush or something like that, you know what I mean? That's like designed from the second you pick it up to try to get you going and going and going. You have to want to spend hours in this game. Shadow did well that key. Yep, finally saw a guy who actually did well. Like I said, I've seen good Shadow Priests. It's just, considering how unlikely we see them, I'm surprised. Yeah, the War Within launch might be a good way to get him into it, but realistically, he's probably going to be very overwhelmed, unless I guess he gets the boost. Yeah, maybe he just starts at 70 or something, but... If I was... maybe this is why I failed so heavily at it over the years, but if I was getting a new player into WoW, I would make them start at level 1. You need to see what the character looks like when it has no spells to understand what it's going to look like when you have full spells. That slow introduction of spells is crucial to liking the game. If you start a character and it has like 40 spells in your spell book, it's going to be super overwhelming. Pick any class but Druid. I wouldn't worry about what class. I mean, if you really like Druid, like shape-shifting fantasy, then definitely pick that. Retail seems like it would be a massive learning curve for new players. Not at all. You don't need to immediately go into Mythic rating or something like that, you know? That's what I'm trying to say, like... You want to start slow if you're going to get into this game nowadays. You want to start with nothing and work your way up. You want to see what it looks like to get an achievement, to get a collection done, to get a mount. Like, these things that you're getting for the first time are huge, and they're hugely important to loving WoW. But when you log on a character and it already has all this shit, and you start with, like, achievements that you shouldn't even have, and mounts that you didn't earn, like, all of this stuff is just cheapening it, and it's making it harder to imagine that you're going to like the game if you're brand new to it. Now, if you already know what WoW is, and you're brand new to it, and you know you want to play, then that's great. A boost and starting there is fine. But if you're not sure you're going to like the game, like, hey, what game is that? I might try it. Start from level 1. Yeah, enjoy the world, man. There's so much cool stuff in the world. Let him play Fury Warrior and focus on the 4 buttons, and then explore things more and more. Well, if leveling is going to kill the passion, then you probably don't like the game. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't like the game from the ground up, then I wouldn't bother with WoW anymore, man. There's enough people fucking spurging out over just doing dungeons and score only, like, these weird focuses. If you do not like the core principles of WoW, like collection, you know, leveling, class design, the visuals, the zones, the music, if these things don't excite you, then I don't know why anybody plays WoW. I know there's a lot of people who do, and they only do certain content, but... It just doesn't seem like a long-term formula to enjoy the game. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know, man. I'm happy to, even if you want me to like hop in Discord or something. Metro's 100% correct. If you buy level 70 boost for a brand new player, they will have no idea what to do. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if they already know what the game is and what to expect from it, and they're not going to get overwhelmed by all it, because like when you log on a new character that's level 70, you have all these fucking quests pop up. You have all about different shit that's pulling your attention. You know what I mean? So if you're not ready to navigate, it's like punches are being thrown at you. And if you're going to get hit by every punch, you're just going to quit. Whereas if you start from level 1, there's nothing to overwhelm you. Like literally, not a single thing. You'd have to get all the way to 70 before you start getting overwhelmed. For me, it's all about immersion. Yeah, well, that's what I'm recommending, is getting into that deep immersion first, and then once you get through, because that's how everybody should have started this game. Like in Classic, we all played the game, we all leveled it through the game, and then because we were done leveling, it was then time to get into endgame. And then because the endgame was rewarding and encouraging you to make friends and group up, then you started becoming addicted to the progression content, you know? Like, it's supposed to go in that order. You're supposed to love the game from the ground up, and then your time spent at max level is invested in competitive content potentially, but also like exhaustive content that you would spend tons and tons of time on. But nowadays, everybody skips that shit. Nobody wants to level. Everybody hates the early game. Nobody does any collection. Nobody slows down and explores the game anymore. They just hop right into the shit that's supposed to be the biggest dopamine per hour hit, and then they wonder why they fucking burn out. You know what I mean? Why they're re-rolling specs every fucking week. Like, this is not a formula to love WoW. It's a formula to enjoy WoW and get like maybe an addictive high out of it. The endgame content is excellent, and it's obviously very worth seeing, but if you're going to skip all the things that make it an MMORPG and you're going to just never interact with those things, you're not going to have something to do in WoW every time you log on. And that is why people quit the game, I think. Because, like, no matter what, I'm never quitting this game. There's so much shit I want to fucking do in this game. I cannot even tell you all the things I want to do. That's how much shit there is. I could talk for 4 hours about all the different things I want to do in this game. I will never even complete a 10th of them. So if you don't have that in the back of your mind as a WoW player, then don't bother. Just play a different game. Play a game that does that for you easier. Like, there's plenty of games out there that are more niched and more direct. Like League of Legends. If you like PvP and WoW, and you don't like anything else, just fucking quit. Just go play League of Legends or Call of Duty or a game that only has PvP. It's going to do it better, right? It's the only thing the game delivers. So go play the game that focuses on it. WoW is all about everything, the width, not the specificity of one thing. I spent the first 3 expansions basically leveling, yeah. And that was easier back in the day. I get it. It's not as exciting now, but maybe even just start with Classic. Chromie time is a shit show as well. I can't imagine starting as a true new player. Well, you don't have Chromie time, that's the thing. If you're playing for the first time, you're funneled through BFA. And maybe the tip here is wait for Dragonflight to be that instead. Because BFA is not great. I feel like if you're a brand new player, you're probably not going to love BFA. But it is going to lead you well into the War Within. What game has better group raid content? I mean, I don't know of any. I was just saying, like, if you're solely focused on a single endgame activity, there's probably a similar game out there that focuses only on that type of endgame activity instead. You know what I mean? The best example is obviously PvP, but I guess you can probably make an example out of every piece of WoW. I found the classic world to be a lot more immersive than the retail world. It absolutely is, yeah. But the zones are still physically the same in a lot of cases, you know, so it's still there. You just got to go and do it. I agree with your take, Metro. I feel like that is why I struggle to really stay on a main and have an army of alts, an army of mains that I only half enjoy playing. Yeah, you got to have something to balance that. Like, that's why I do the leveling challenges. Mythic Plus is great, but, you know, you got to have some other goals in WoW besides just being that way. Is it just the gaming industry nowadays, though? Regardless of game genre, it's about min-maxing. Not saying I agree or disagree. It's just the people, yeah. The game industry is leading into it, but it's just the people. Like, you can still play this game without doing that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you want to be in that boat. If you want to play WoW, if you're in 2024, you're trying to introduce a friend to play WoW who's going to play WoW with you for the rest of your life, that's how you get them into it. They have to want it from the ground up. If there's things that they hate about the game and they just try to brush them aside and just focus on one specific thing in the game and that be all the time they play, it's not going to work, man. Like, they're going to burn out. It's not that kind of game. They have to want it from the ground up. They have to want everything the game offers. Because eventually you have to level again, right? I'll never forget this. This guy got into our guild. He had never played WoW outside of WoD. And then when Legion came out, he was like, I have to level again? I was like, yeah. He's like, I'm quitting. I'm not doing that. That guy should have never wasted his money and time. You know what I mean? He got into WoW thinking he was done leveling. He never had to do it again. This is part of the game. Like, this re-exploration of the world every year and a half is going to be a part of the game for the rest of the time. So if you fucking hate it, if you don't care about collecting things, if you don't care about achievements, if you don't care about exploration, reading quests, hearing dialogue, looking at cutscenes, if none of that interests you, then just don't play this game. It's a waste of time.
5, 4, 3.
The reality is the majority of people that play WoW play it seasonally, do the things they love, and then do something else until the next patch. And that's just, yeah, that's not a conducive way to enjoy WoW for years and years. That's what I'm saying. If you get somebody into the game that way, you're just basically getting them addicted to the game instead of loving the game. Like, I don't ever feel any type of addiction to the game. I play it because I truly love it, you know? And if that is something that you can bring to a new player, then they will play with you for the rest of their lives. And it's not going to be possible for them to learn it that way unless you start them at level 1, like you start them on the ground floor. Releveling is what makes me keep playing. That's why I'll never stop playing. Yeah, to some degree that's true for every part of WoW, like not just Classic. There's an infinite amount of content out there, and if you could find ways to re-explore it weekly or, you know, regularly, then you'll never run out of things you like. Normally most people don't feel addiction. I mean, I think most people do. They just don't maybe understand what they're feeling. I mean, maybe I'm abnormal in that way, but like I totally understand like when my brain is simply just craving a chemical response versus something long term that I can enjoy no matter what. It's not a waste of time if you enjoy specific content like Mythic Plus. I hate quest. No, that's what I'm saying. It is a waste of time, man. Just don't play a game that's got a better focus. If you're only gonna do one thing in WoW and you're getting into WoW today, I don't know why you would get into it. There's so many good games out there, man. Like, why bother? Especially with the way Mythic Plus is right now. Like, it sucks to say, but it's not in a good state.
They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they
MMOs are a waste of time if you want to sit in the lobby and queue up. They're just not good investments of your time and money. I'm sure that plenty of people do enjoy that, but WoW is unmatched. The spells, the mechanics, everything. Yeah, so you agree pretty much. Well, that's all I'm saying is like try to enjoy everything about the game, not just one type of content. It's like the people out there who just like fucking re-roll whatever the pop spec is, skip the leveling process. They don't care about anything that's making it an MMORPG. Those people are just gonna burn out. Like there's no future in the game for them. I've seen it a million times over the years. Every person I have ever known at any type of personal level who has ever played the game that way is not playing the game that way right now.
2, 1.
And like I said, if you just trace the origins of how it all proliferated from the ground up, you'll see why. The game was never made to be a lobby game. It was never made to be this way. They've adapted it to be this way because this is how so many people try to play it. But it's just a band-aid, you know? It's not the only way it can work. Originally, it was meant to be something that you sunk so much time into that you now, now you have even more time. You've done stuff that is considered early game, and now you use the extra hours you have to do late game, and the late game is there to keep you kind of eager to play it until you have to do early game stuff again next expansion, you know? But now people just try to skip that part, like they are only there for the late game stuff. I only do Mythic Plus and Mythic Rating, but I find that Dragon races to be fun and the music for it to be cool. Yeah, there you go. So you appreciate the other stuff.
Beware. Beware.
You have to have that appreciation, I think, is the TLDR on that whole conversation. I used to only play one spec every patch, but I've learned that I have more fun re-rolling to a spec that I find more fun each season. Oh yeah?
Beware.
Well, fair enough, man. You get your ideas, go for it. That's my thoughts on it all, either way. But like I said, very unsuccessful getting people to play the game long term, or at all, really. I've only ever had one real-life person who played the game with me for any significant period of time. Well, besides Rusty, like besides people who already played the game.
Beware. Beware.
I feel like the only reason I'm still playing WoW since 2004 is because of stuff that isn't group content. 100%. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if it was only Mythic Plus, I would, like, you know, if I literally had only Mythic Plus and no channel and no stream and no all this other stuff, you know, no leveling challenges to enjoy, no classic to enjoy, like, if it was literally just Mythic Plus, I would quit this game a million years ago. It's just not enough, you know what I mean? It's too samey, and the people really fuck it up, so that's why I was encouraging anybody who wants to play it to get in love with it from the ground up. I don't plan on playing every season, and the only thing I really enjoy is Mythic Plus and Rating, and I don't feel I'm wasting my time. I'm talking about somebody who would be getting into the game for the first time. It would be a waste of their time. When did you start playing the game?
3,
Beware.
1.
But honestly, I mean, yeah, regardless, I do look at that as like you're wasting your own time. I'm sure you enjoy it, and that's great. That's reason enough to do it, but Don't you feel like you want to make more progress on your... I don't know. If I'm going to play a game like this, I want there to be permanence to what I'm doing. If you play it like seasonally, it just feels like you're just on a treadmill. I don't like that feeling. Not sure if this is true, but I feel like new players would enjoy Kata or Sod more than retail. Definitely Sod, I could see, but not Kata, no. Kata's an awful experience. It's going to be even worse than retail in that way. Kata's basically just retail, but worse. Like the same problems and same treadmill that you're talking about is all there in Kata. Pretty much anything but Classic would be that way, so. That's why I said I might even start somebody with Classic. See it from the actual ground up. They probably would just stick with Classic if they fell in love with it. What eye level should I start doing Mythic Dungeons as a tank? As soon as possible. Go do a round of zeros this week and then get into 2s ASAP. There's a whole world to get immersed in. But it's been de-emphasized slowly. Right, and that's what I'm trying to encourage here. Trying to encourage you to care more about the game you're playing outside of just one piece of content. I started playing at the end of last season because I wanted a game with hard boss fights to be played with a group. Oh yeah. You don't feel like there's other games out there? What about like Elden Ring and stuff? I guess play with the group is the important part. I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot of content like Mythic Plus in any other game, but I'm shocked to hear somebody is satisfied with WoW. I mean, you probably haven't played it long enough to know that the start of last season, so you're only not even a full year into playing WoW. I'm looking at this from the perspective of somebody who's played WoW for 20 years, you know what I mean? Playing WoW for less than a year is not really playing it in my eyes.
The of my vault was chosen to harness and make use of this powerful ley line.
Pretty much describing the situation I'm trying to avoid putting people into. Where they spend like a year of their life on something and they don't really feel fulfilled afterwards and they just end up quitting. Whereas if you teach them how to paint from the ground up, you know what I mean? Teach a man to fish, then he'll never be wanting for any entertainment again. The game will always fulfill you. You admitted you won't play every season, which is the opposite of what we were talking about? Right, exactly, yeah.
Beware.
That's pretty much what we were saying the whole time, Eric. WoW is not a seasonal game, even though it's pretending to be one just to keep subscribers. For someone that has played since vanilla but has focused heavily on Mythic Plus the last 3 expansions, what other activities would you recommend in game? Number 1 for me is collection. Just open up your transmog tab and just go collect shit. Or open up your achievements tab and just go do shit that sounds like it'd be fun. Number 1 is collection. Collection is the true end game of this game and not a lot of people embark on it or realize it. Collection encourages you to play every hour of this game's development. Whereas Mythic Plus, and now especially, only focuses on 8 dungeons total for months at a time. Endgame focuses on a very, very, very narrow swath of this game. Yeah, and Remix is the best of it, honestly. If you're not playing Remix right now, you really should think about it. It's the most complete product. Especially because what I just described, it really condenses it. Like, collecting every single thing from 20 years of WoW is going to be pretty much impossible at this point. But in Remix, it's very straightforward, and it's built from the ground up for you to be able to do that. So get your feet wet in collecting and doing like completion type stuff in Remix, and then you can move that on over to the next version of the game. I like competitive games. Mythic Plus is the only reason I've kept playing WoW. I played League religiously for 10 years, so I'm conditioned to be addicted to climbing rank ladders. Yeah, so you can see yourself playing WoW no matter what. Mythic Plus no matter what. I just feel like you won't. I feel like most people in that case will burn out. Why'd you stop playing League, I guess is the question. There's in fact a website called True Endgame. Oh yeah, I've never really followed it. How's I doing with that? Yeah, collection and completion is definitely the true endgame of WoW. These Runic guys are savage. They said be right back water after first boss came back and was kicked, not even 30 seconds later. What the hell? Yeah, to be honest, yeah, Jix is right. Things take that short time. You can't really be going AFK during them. Collection is content that never gets old. Yep. That's why I said through endgame, because it's literally encouraging you to play 20 years of content in WoW. You will never finish that, you know what I mean? That's like rainy day content there. Like that's how you enjoy WoW long term.
Beware.
When the season's getting dull or when you're getting burned out by the progression, you do that instead. Playing League was too tilting. It felt like a job, not something I enjoy, and WoW seems casual and laid back. Yeah, it's not. Unfortunately, that's the problem.
3, 2, 1.
That's the issue that we're kind of trying to avoid people falling into. You will eventually get to a point where you don't feel like it's casual anymore, and no matter how good you are at the game, you now have to play it like a job.
Beware.
It's like we always say, there is always something to do in WoW, just not always something people think they want to do. And that's why yeah, that's basically what we're talking about here, trying to convince them to want to do those different things. WoW is supposed to be my chill background game, but it kind of replaced the competitive drive. Yeah, there you go. So like, you see how you're on the path to this, like, you're on the way. Like, you haven't gotten there long enough yet, but you're on the way. You're eventually going to feel that same way about this game. And so, like, if you're good with that, like, if you're good with sinking a bunch of time of your life into something that you don't end up loving long term, then that's cool, man. You play it and enjoy it. But for me, like, if I'm going to sink all these hours into a hobby, like, I don't want to go backwards from it.
Beware.
Wow, this is a disaster, unfortunately. Got a little too involved in the conversation, wasn't paying attention. It's really just the affix. This is the hardest affix right now for sure. Once they remove it, it's going to be a lot easier to make progress as a tank. WoW has a competitive landscape too, if that's something you're into. And that's what he's talking about. His conversation point was basically like, I'm only here for the competitive avenue, and I was leading that conversation down a road that we can understand why it's maybe not healthy for long term. Probably pull this and not get this shit right. That's sketchy. Alright, we're good.
Beware.
Maybe it's the generation gap. I grew up falling in love with all different kinds of games. Well, you're only 23. That's probably a big part of it too, yeah. But you see, you haven't learned these lessons that I'm trying to help you learn right now yet in your life. You'll eventually come to a point where you realize that, like, your time is finite, and investing your time and money into a hobby that's going to be something you can play for the rest of your life is a very valuable thing in the world we live in, with so many games that are just trying to get your money quickly and then move on. WoW is not that kind of game, so to play it like it's that kind of game, I feel like it's doing yourself a disservice. Is how this all started. There's going to be better games for that out there, you know. I need to stop commenting on conversations I'm missing. No worries. You have a pass. You can talk about whatever you want, my friend.
3, 2, 1.
I played Season 1 Dragonflight, then took a break, came back Season 3. Now I'm just doing Gold War Quest twice a week on 10 characters. Nice. Yeah, that's, if you can enjoy doing that. I can't really enjoy doing that. Just think it's over. Oh, wait, did we miss a mob? What did he just ping? Well, it doesn't matter. There's a count at the end. I feel like I blinked and my 20s are almost over. That's a good thing. Get done with those ASAP and move on. The amount of fucking time I wasted when I was 20, man, it's crazy. My life basically is only just starting.
Beware.
Bad.
Beware.
What's your favorite Mythic Plus season so far? I don't know. I don't look at it that way.
3, 2, 1.
There's no way to, like, compare them side by side, you know? Too much changes in my life too, so.
Beware.
Oh my god, do the fucking Affix. It's the hardest game in. For me, it was the corruption season. Oh yeah, I mean that was fun. I definitely enjoyed that, but not really as much as a lot of other people, I think. Okay, we're gonna aggro even more hard shit.
3, 2, 1.
Probably dev top DPS as a tank was satisfying. Not for pushing, unfortunately. I didn't enjoy it. Needed all that burst to survive. Well, luckily this key's so lenient. That was a really bad segment.
Beware.
Wait, that line is that rangeable? Am I out of range of that? That's interesting. Personally preferred infinite stars. Corruption system was a cool idea, but I think the fact that it didn't launch and the state it ended in was a big backfiring moment for it. How long was that season? It was kind of long though, I guess, right?
Beware.
Plenty of time at max power there.
Beware.
3, 2, 1.
Beware.
These mobs are just keep moving too early. These mobs are not dying on the way over. And sanguine a lot harder to deal with.
Beware. Beware.
3, 2,
Beware.
1.
Just got a heroic saw Siege of Orgrimmar mog that's not even on Trove Tally. Uh oh. What is this? This guy mind controlled the mob? What is that doing for us? Red drill mace. Oh, okay. Is that maybe... I don't know. I have no idea why that would be the case. Good God, man. He's on the spreadsheet for sure this season. Oh, really? You mean like he's about to be, or he means already is? I don't recognize that name.
Beware.
Should have taken him farther.
Beware.
Inside Out 2 this weekend. Ready for that? You guys ready? Anybody gonna go see that? He already is. I don't think it's this season, but definitely one of the Dragonflight seasons. Really?
2, 1.
I'll have to look it up.
Beware.
No shot we're gonna do this in one phase, huh?
Beware.
Maybe. Actually, no, I guess we're alright. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We have more time than I thought there.
Poor Azulay.
Saves us a few seconds of running down here as well.
I should have thought of her before I left. This door.
Tear this place apart if you have to. I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Tilash must not break the final seal. The consequences.
Do you think Legendary is mandatory to get 3K this season? 3K? What? No. Absolutely not. Just a DPS weapon. It's not going to have anything to do with that. Honestly, probably gets you killed more than it does anything else. The highest key done by Blood DK is 18 at the moment, so you're not that far off your limits. And I imagine that's not in a pug.
3, 2, 1.
This timer is unreal. 3730 would think this place has the time travel of the other side. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. But I don't know, it's getting kind of tight. It's probably a relatively tight AV here. What would be the next best weapon then? Just anything with good stats on it, like whatever you're prioritizing stat-wise. Don't worry about getting a DPS weapon as a tank. That should not be your first priority. That's what you do when you have everything, you know? Trade night for me, Metro. Alright, have a good night. What are you doing? Cattle raid? Good luck. Was that Bastion Twilight or something? I haven't done those raids in a long time, but I hope you enjoy it. Blackwing Descent. Sweet. That raid was a very traumatic one for me back in the day. Hopefully go better for you. I'm sure by now the raid fights are looked at as a lot more approachable than they were back then. So frog. Probably enough count. I don't think we missed anything. That wipe is gonna be on my mind until we're done with the queue, though. That was a really bad dip. I bought the worst trinkets and crafted the worst gear for my Death Knight last week. Why? You mean you did it by error or something? Oh no, we don't have count. I really like the Omnitron fight. Oh really? Alright, so we're gonna have to pull this. This is gonna be really tight. Probably not gonna upgrade this. I kill that mob. I'm pretty sure we need both these, right? No way that's gonna give us 3.5%. So let's just get moving. You rushed and didn't do enough research. Okay. Well, it's a fun season, man. I wouldn't worry about it too much. This doesn't really do much damage at all. Even on 15, nobody's health is really being challenged. Healer's only doing 140k HPS as well. Doesn't seem like it's even difficult for them to keep up. God, you know what I was thinking about the other day though, dude? Blockbuster. You guys remember Blockbuster? That smell, dude. I don't know what it was, but there was like a very unique smell about Blockbuster every time you walk into it. Yeah, so we ended up being pretty good on count there.
What is she hiding?
8.5 minutes for two bosses. This should be funny. Popcorn, yeah. They used to sell the popcorn in the little buckets. I never really went there for movies that much, but man, did I miss those days, man. I really do. Life was easier back then, man. Now you're so bombarded by things like you used to have to learn how to make a decision, like go in the store and pick a film. Now you just sit there staring at like Netflix or something, and you're like, yeah, I can't make a decision. The world is so fast now, yep, and commensurately we've become worse at making decisions because of it. I feel like we've become way worse. Like, at least I know I have. From when I was young, things I liked were obvious, and things I didn't like, I didn't ever bother with. But now there's so many things out there that you can do. It makes it a lot easier to spend time on things that you might not end up liking. This is kind of how the WoW conversation started, really the same principle. You might end up investing a bunch of your time on something you don't end up enjoying. Whereas like back in the day when you had to walk into Blockbuster to rent the game or the movie, like you were not wasting that time on something you know you weren't going to love. Or you didn't know you were going to love. I was just telling my daughter about it yesterday, how I would go to Blockbuster Friday after school and pick up 2 movies for the weekend. Yeah, movies, I've never been a movie guy. I've never really been a movie guy, but I can see movies. For me, it was games, man. One of my favorite Blockbuster moments. I used to rent games all the time there, and I would always try to like basically like beat them or accomplish some feat before I would give them back, right? Well, I remember I got Pokemon Snap, which was like a game that I really liked, and I for some reason couldn't buy it. My parents wouldn't buy it for me or something, so I just rented it. Then I didn't realize how memory cards worked at the time. I didn't realize that the save file I had was on the cartridge. The save cartridge, not the actual game cartridge. So when I rented it again, I expected it to all be starting from scratch. And I had all my saves still. And it was like the best fucking moment in gaming of my life at that point. Like when I, rented that game a second time and I was able to just immediately pick back up from where I was. It was like a eureka moment. Like it was like, oh, this is amazing. I'm so glad I did this now. I know there's a new Pokemon Snap. I should maybe look into it. No, you unsub for a lot of stuff. He says, not a movie guy, unsub. Jeez. That conversation is giving me Shawshank Redemption vibes. Why? Wait, what does that mean? Memory cards and Game Sharks? Yeah, Game Sharks too, yeah. I am very fickle. Apparently not. I remember renting Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. Isn't that a new game? What is that? Isn't that a new game? Oh, I mean, I know what Shawshank Redemption is, but I don't get the reference that you're giving. What, the character does something with movies or something? I don't remember the film very well. I remember renting Kingdom Hearts over and over, only game I would rent. Really? Kingdom Hearts? Blockbuster was still around at that point? I didn't even think it would be around at that point. Pokemon Snap got a remaster? Yeah. I need to look into it. Maybe I'll check it out. What's it for? Probably fucking Switch or something stupid though, huh? I'm not getting it. The old guy is saying the world has become too fast and stuff, and you can't live outside the world. Oh, right. That part. I forgot all about that conversation. It's a real thing, man. Life moves fast. think that's very depressing on its own, just thinking about that. Reality depresses people. It's a baseline for the mental health issues we always talk about. I remember renting Final Fantasy 1 on the NES. Whoa, that's a long time ago. Conversely, I didn't know Blockbuster was around that long ago. Oh shit, wow, we actually died on a fucking fort. Alright, we'll have to take this fight serious.
Beware.
I saw an interview with someone who went to prison for 20 years and could not function outside of prison because of how much the world changed. Right, and like the prison doesn't like help you acclimate to that whatsoever. They just throw you out there to the wolves, you know? I mean, I think that was I don't remember the film very well, but wasn't that the whole premise? Like the guy he has to go back to prison after that or something? It's probably easier to go back to prison than try to readjust to life. Especially if you're like in a prison where you have friends. Like I don't know what the reality of that is, or if that's a movie thing only, but if you're actually allowed to have a community inside of like detention, then like why bother leaving? Like that's the whole point of life. Like having that community and feeling like you're part of something is probably more important than anything else for your like actual your happiness and satisfaction, you know? And life's probably simpler there. Like even though you're limited to what you can do, being limited to what you can do means like you have to cherish everything that you do, and the small things are way more enjoyable. Kingdom Hearts 1 came out in 2002. Blockbuster shut down years later. Okay. Oh, Kingdom Hearts came out in 2002? Really? Oh, okay. I don't remember playing it that long ago. I thought it came out in like 2007 or something. Around here, I don't think Kingdom Hearts, or I don't think Blockbuster was around much longer than 2007. Yeah, we got cheat death. We're good now. I was a little scared there. I don't know how the hell I got one shot by that, but 2.3 minutes left. 2.5 minutes.
3, 2, 1.
Beware.
Another bit of score here. This would be a good place to end it on. We're on our way to 3,200. So that ultimate upgrade today, that was really huge. Didn't even break AMS. It's really weird. Blockbuster kind of had it coming though when the CEO basically said Netflix was going to jail. That's bad karma, but obviously it's not the reason the company failed. Although I guess I can maybe see the point of that. Like the company failed because it had a lack of insight and lack of foresight, really. If they better prepared for what the future would have held, they probably would have still been around. But all right. Oh, that's only 2 points. Well, at least we did it. So we're not quite on our way. I thought we were going to get at least like 5 or 6 points for that. So we need like 5 more keys basically, yeah. It's because I already had it on Tyrannical, that's why. And we had double upgrade 14. I didn't jinx a key for once. Thank you for not jinxing it, man. Means a lot. Metro, do you have the Ravenous Black Griffin mount yet? Ravenous. I have no idea what that even is. Never heard of it. What is that? I'm tired. Alright, well, that's going to probably be it for us today. Well, definitely going to be it for us today. We did get a good amount of score, but it was pretty much all from one key. It was literally all from one key. 29 points from one and then 2 from another. But we will be back tomorrow with more. Decent day when we didn't invite Fire Mage. Yeah, there's another Shadow Priest showing what's up. 30k behind the Red Pally. Is that the mount that Horde gifts at time rifts? I just got it from doing a time rift. I already have it, but in order to get it out of my bags, I need to target a Horde player and click on it. Oh, a Horde player? I don't know. I mean, I guess you want me to log on to my org. You can do it if you want me to. If it's helping you out, I'll do it. I don't really care for the mount, but let's get this on the sheet while we do. Oh wait, I need to fucking see the chart before I can log off. I mean, if me taking something that can benefit me is helping you, I'll do it, man. I'm that kind of guy. If you don't need that $100 bill, like I'll take it. I'd rather give it to you, but I thought I would ask if you already have it. I don't even know what a time rift is, so I probably do need it. You talking about that 7.1 or that 10.1 content? I don't have any mounts from that. Okay, Dick's Priest. I definitely don't have any mounts where you had to give it to somebody else. That's no, I've never even heard of that. If a new beta build is in 2 hours, don't go to a baseball game. I'm not going anywhere tonight, that's for sure. You can do it in this character, or who invited? Is it okay for it to be on this character, or do I have to be a horde character? Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave this group then. Back to the old days. I forgot about that character. I like this mixed match colored transmog I try to put together on my org. This set looks fucking great on an org, by the way. Maybe that's what we'll do at the start of War Within. I'll just keep leveling Death Knights.
We are in need of your
It's
aid
fucking
once
great,
more,
honestly.
champion.
This is why you play orc, because the fucking plate just looks so sick, dude. And that would be a cool niche. I don't think I could like that though. I do like progression still, like even though it sounds like I might not at times. To just like give up when you hit a certain number, that's just not me. I can't see myself doing that. But I probably would like it. I would probably enjoy it more than I think I would. Because then you'd never have to deal with this stupid bullshit where it's like, lol, why are you pulling 4 hunters? It's like, oh my god. Where are you? Why are you playing Blood DK? Roll Vengeance, bro. Yeah. Oh, what are we phased or something? What's happening here? Oh, you're above. So yeah, there you are. You'd have to really go out of your way to get 4 hunters into a pull. No, I did it all the time. In the right, thank you very much, Cop, by the way. In that right side of Neltheris, there's the 2 that are outside, and then there's 2 separate packs. I had been pulling all of those together and trying to use the 2 sets of chains to kill them. 10 blood DKs to 3k. It would actually be, yeah, the way you say it makes it sound fun, actually. Do like leveling challenges to level them and then take them right into Mythic Plus. But I don't know, that's just not for me. Thanks a lot, Cop, I appreciate that. Remount. I never logging on this character again, see ya. Anyway, thanks for watching, we'll be back tomorrow with more. And hopefully maybe get a couple more 15s done. And then on Thursday, we'll be back on the beta. So thanks for watching. We'll see you guys there.